All right, we are returning from executive session on August 5th, 2025. And the next item on our agenda, number 3, is, could I get a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second.
Moved by Mo, seconded by Wyline. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, we're going to go into our work session for the City of Iowa City on August 5th, 2025. The first item on our agenda is clarification of agenda items.
I will be recusing myself from some, I don't know which item is that. Human Rights Commission.
I'm sorry, Mike. I'm crowding your space. I apologize.
I got a weird angle here.
Let's see where that is.
Is that 11G,
Yes. I guess so.
the trust fund contribution?
Yeah, the trust fund, yeah, contributions and how we do that, that's in the, yeah. This one and another one, right? Do we have the Human Rights Commission deciding or I forgot?
So we would just pull it out and vote on it
No,
separate?
that's last week. This one, yeah.
Well, that's not in the consent calendar, so
Yes.
that's a separate
It's a
item,
separate.
11G.
Oh, got it, okay.
I can just go outside for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Anything else from our main agenda for the formal meeting?
No.
All right, we're going to move on to item number 2, which is information packets. Let's start with July 10th. We're going to move on to July 24th. And July 31st. All right. Item number 3 is University of Iowa student government updates. We know that
Yeah.
they'll soon be back in the city for school, so can't wait to welcome all the students back soon. Going to move on to item number 4, which is our Public Art Advisory Commission Strategic Plan presentation. Yes.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Rachel Kilberg-Riley. I'm the Economic Development and Public Art Coordinator. I'm not going to talk long because I'm going to hand it over to our Public Art Advisory Committee Chair, Andrea Truitt. She's entering the last few months of 2 terms on the Public Art Advisory Committee. So she's done a lot of great service for us, and she has a lot of great perspective. The Public Art Advisory Committee just adopted their new strategic plan after a 5-year plan that ended in fiscal year 2025. So I'm going to hand it over to Andrea, and she will introduce that plan to you all.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Andrea Truitt, as you heard Rachel say. All right. Okay. So general observations with this plan, really our keywords, or at least to me, the keywords are really connector and connecting the committee as being a connector between people, resources, et cetera, artists and space, and then also really working with the concept of ecosystem or being within ecosystems, depending, it's not in presentation mode. Hold on. Let me make it look more fancy. Hold on.
There you go.
All right. Oh, I don't want to. Okay. All right. So let me get my notes. Let me get that situated here. All right. As it says, the plan really dovetails with the city's strategic plan and also with the Better Together 2030 plan. But our kind of values, again, riff off of the city's strategic plan. So, as you know, cities' racial equality, social justice, and human rights, climate action, and also partnerships and engagement. And those have been, the word's not going to come to me. Anyway, it sort of looks a little bit different, but as you can see, equity and inclusion, sustainability and stewardship, and then collaboration and creativity coming out of those values. As someone who did not the bulk of the strategic planning with 2020 to 2025, but being on the committee while that was formed in 2019 or so, I feel like this plan picks up, but also updates some of those goals that were in that plan. But because of the context we're in, we can move forward with some things. So for instance, if you have looked at the 2020-2025 strategic plan, goals 3 and 4, they will look a little bit familiar to you with this new plan. So again, how are we securing and managing funds, the care and maintenance of our public art collection, and then also that goal 4 from that previous plan of collaborating with different entities across town to create public art opportunities. So again, you'll see some of that in this new plan. It also, but kind of updates those, moves forward with those. We are reaffirming and updating our real commitment to art in neighborhoods and in public spaces. That continues. And then also, I think some of the context for this plan really comes out of what's been happening in the last couple of years, conversations here locally with how do the university, city, county, arts organizations, community organizations kind of collaborate, what can you do together, sharing resources, thinking about alternative methods, et cetera. So what kind of zeitgeist vibes, if you will, here in town. And then it's also coming out of some necessity, or we haven't seen direct impact effects exactly of, state and funding cuts or threats to cut funding. Thinking about the National Endowment for Arts, for example, though that has affected some organizations locally. And then also those kinds of cultural pressures. So perhaps censorship, not funding projects because of their subject matter, et cetera. So those are kind of, I don't know, it's not like those are direct, but they are, I think, there. Also, tariffs, costs of materials, et cetera, for artists have been coming up. Okay, so here's our process timeline. We've been working on this a little bit for about the last 1.5 years, kind of off and on. And really, as I said, again, we're sort of reaffirming that focus on neighborhoods. All right. Okay, so January of '24, it's really going through what kind of progress has been made on the previous plan, what still needs to be done, kind of a little bit of a break. July '24, kind of looking at the budgetary and geographic distributions of things. 2024, having an arts stakeholder input meeting with various arts and cultural organizations in the community. And then following that with a public input survey. That's been really interesting. Some really interesting comments about comparing Iowa City to Florence, Italy, perhaps, and some also more useful things, thinking about exhibition space and studio space. People like murals, some people don't. Anyway, you can read the public input survey results on that. March 25, the priorities discussion happened while Rachel was on leave. May 2025, doing a strategic planning work session to really hammer out what kind of wording we want, what makes sense for us, and then in June, adopting that plan. Okay. Our first impact area is maintenance and stewardship. This one's really important to me, so it got 2 slides, not 1 like the other ones. But, that's who's giving the presentation. So, This impact area is much needed, long overdue. I think there's a changing attitude within the city, and I think public art to, instead of saying, oh, we have a public art inventory, we've got some stuff and here it is, to saying we have a public art collection. We have some stuff, here it is, and here's what we're doing with it to care for it and steward it and make it, make our art that we have more sustainable and taking care of it. All right, so as noted on this slide, in 2025, actually, the main assessment happened in October 24, but we now have our first ever condition assessment done on our collection. It's by Midwest Art Conservation Center. They are a Minneapolis-based nonprofit. They work with the Stanley Museum. They work with the Minneapolis Institute of Arts, Milwaukee Art Museum, et cetera, but they're very well respected here in the Midwest. All right, as I said, in October of 24, Megan Randall, who's a conservator with Midwest Art Conservation Center, came out, looked at both our murals and our sculptures. So that was done. We finally got the report back, and we are moving forward with some things. In terms of what you're seeing, what artworks you're seeing on the slide, these are really, more of a wake-up call for us. So in 21 or 22, the Woodland Walkway in Pheasant Hill Park had to be removed because the mosaics had lost many of their pieces. They had very sharp edges, et cetera, and so unfortunately were taken out. And then this is late 23. Yes. Fall 23, it was determined that the Kovalev sculptures in Willow Creek Park, there was no repair to be done. They're too far gone for repair. So they are left in place to do their thing, decompose naturally, et cetera. But those really are the pieces that I think became catalysts for us to think about, you can't just have things and let them go. You have to take care of them. All right. Though this slide does not look as sexy, perhaps as other ones, this is the super sexy slide. All right. So some of our recent projects that were happening within that was One's Reality, which is the yellow, blue, and red sculpture out by Public Works. Ron is familiar with that one. Got a refresh repair by Dave Dennis. That happened in winter of 23, spring 24. Again, so starting a little bit of that conservation work. Again, we've had the condition assessment, and now we've got some ideas to move forward and different things. So some of that includes the Neighborhood of Seasons, perhaps, is one of the potential projects, again, done by the same artist, Jill Harper, and students who did the Pheasant Hill Park Woodland Walkway objects. Again, getting to that before they are too far gone and become unsafe. And then also working with our bronze sculptures that we have, because I forget that we actually have quite a few. And what we're moving forward with, hopefully, will be a workshop with Megan Randall, with city staff, Ron's staff over at Public Works, in fact, to learn how to do some of this work, this conservation work, care for it, with the idea that there are eyes on these pieces, there is regular kind of routine maintenance and care being done so that problems don't get out of hand, and that is, of course, more cost effective. So lots of good things. Could you catcall Public Works if you see them working on bronze sculptures, perhaps, Ron? Maybe, but Public Works is going to be doing exciting things, and I'm really thankful for that. Okay. All right, impact area 2 is artist workforce and local creative economy. Excuse me, it doesn't translate as well on this computer. That is okay. As stated, continuing the public art matching grant program. And this is, again, really important to have local dollars supporting local artists with local projects that express this community's values. That is an economic power, maybe a small dollar economic power, but it is still a wonderful thing. And we, are continuing that, and perhaps this program is needed now more than ever, depending on what kind of fallout happens with other sources of funding for artists and projects. Let's see. What else do we have here? Yes, one of the new items on this will be doing a little bit more with professional development resources or information sessions for artists. We've already done one. Rachel has already done one with an info session on our grants, but of being a little bit more communicative, clear about our grant process, how to apply to be helpful to more artists. For a while, it was kind of the same artists applying for things, so hopefully getting different artists to apply and being better at that. Again, what's also coming out of this, again, thinking of the committee as being a connector of people and resources. Again, that has come up in terms of exhibition and studio space and partners. I'll mention a little bit more on the next slide about that. All right, our strategic partnerships and funding. Okay, so I think what's really noticeable with this plan is the way that PAC is intentionally sort of placing itself into these arts and economic ecosystems. It's not like that wasn't, it's not like you're not aware of those things, but of being very intentional about it, this time feels like a hallmark of this plan. The scope of the committee is not changing, but given that we have Rachel Kilberg-Varley as the staff liaison to this committee and also in her role of economic development coordinator, it means that we can take a different perspective on how we're connecting people, places, resources in different ways. What else do we have? Oh, yes. The Arts Alliance feasibility study is currently happening. Again, do we form a different entity to help the arts organizations here in town? What might we need as an area for this? But that is currently happening. And we can also, again, the Better Together ethos that's been happening within the city and county kind of area, but of really trying to think through what can happen with university, with local organizations, with the city, perhaps the county, with local artists, et cetera, but what can be imagined and kind of updated and reassessed with those partnerships. Okay. And we've got our last impact area, place-based expansion and community access. Again, continuing to prioritize neighborhoods for projects. We have so many things downtown, so many murals, we have sculptures, we have cultural institutions downtown, et cetera. There's a lot going on downtown. So as a committee, kind of choosing to prioritize those neighborhoods for projects. Part of this is also continuing to prioritize kind of pop-up or temporary mobile art experiences. We don't really have the resources to have, artist lofts, studios, or, create a new exhibition space. So figuring out how to do some of that on a temporary basis, how to use public facilities more for more art, and then also, acknowledging that there is a shortage of exhibition space in town. There is one gallery over in Coralville. There is Public Space 1. If you're a university faculty or students, there is some space over at the university, but that's pretty much it. So finding creative ways to find exhibition space is kind of a need, and it did come up in the public survey about this. Something nifty is perhaps a river-focused public art initiative. Again, no specific plans quite yet, but as the river is being emphasized in the Better Together 2030 plan, sorry about the typo, I found that later. there is room for that, and also room to partner with different stakeholders and see what might happen with that. There's also a little bit starting to happen with the river, again, with an improvement project with Burlington Street Bridge, involves city, state, university stakeholders. So more is happening with the river, which is fun because sometimes I forget we have a river because it's small. I'm from a larger river city on a larger river. So I'm excited to see how this comes out. And in sum, it's really this plan and the committee really working in tandem with the city's strategic plan, with Better Together 2030, to complement efforts that are happening around the city and also the county for this. So really trying to tie in, figure out where are the spaces where we can complement, where there are absences, and fill those absences where possible, and really be self-conscious, I think, about that, and not in an embarrassing, shameful, self-conscious way, but really to work with different groups and figure out what is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions by council?
Yeah, I'm really curious about the condition assessment, and if you could tell us about some of the pieces that might require attention, or you're considering deaccessioning. I know that it's kind of interesting to watch the Des Moines Arts Center's Glenwood Pond Park and learning that the artists actually do have some rights in that process, and I was curious where in Iowa City we are, if there's anything that we should be considering with art that might need major restoration and or coordination with an artist.
I don't think there's anything so far gone that we don't know about or that wasn't a surprise. Again, I think the Kovalevs have been the worst, the pieces in the worst condition. I know Rachel has had some discussion with the literary walk artist and perhaps participation. There's nothing that is really, really super urgent or dire, which is great. So there were some chats about different kinds of what could be done. Again, Neighborhood of Seasons came up as perhaps a potential one to prioritize a bit more. The getting a little bit more done sooner, again, with the bronze sculptures has been kind of a major project, but there's nothing incredibly dire. But as far as working with artists or the artists of the pieces, the main example, again, as I mentioned, was the literary walk, which I know Rachel discussed with the artist, but he didn't really want a lot of involvement with the piece.
So the way that most of our agreements are structured with any public art project we do is, well, the artwork becomes the ownership of the cities, and then we usually require the artist allows, we have some requirements of the artist to work with us in the event that it's needed for restoration or repair or maintenance or anything like that. So in most cases, we reach out to the artist and they're either, willing to participate and have suggestions about what we should do to restore the piece. In some cases, we either can't reach the artist, in which then we're able to proceed with, a third-party restoration individual or something like that. Or, as Andrea is saying in this example with the Downtown Literary Walk, he's just suggested we work with, he's available and could do it, but he has suggested due to his capacity that we work with someone else.
Thanks.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just was curious about that process that I think I learned a lot in reading the news about how challenging it can be if you decide you want to get rid of something and you don't have the permission of the artist. I was excited to hear you're interested in the river. I'm very, very excited to hear that that's a possibility. It's a passion of mine. For people who might be watching, if they live in a neighborhood and they really want public art in their neighborhood, what's their best way to get art in their neighborhood? Is it show up at a commission meeting or reach out to commissioners, or what's that process?
We have, in the past, and in terms of getting a piece of artwork in a neighborhood, it was a little bit more informal with a previous staff liaison of going to a neighborhood association kind of person and then saying, hi, would you like to perhaps put in a public art project through our neighborhood art program. So it was much more informal, very much based on assessing how vibrant and active the neighborhood association was. That's how it was when I was first on the committee. We've had 2 neighborhood art projects kind of going throughout my time. So this is actually a view of the successful one for the South District. This is on Lakeside Drive near Fair Meadows Park, Uplift, as you can see. And the other one was perhaps trying to work with Lucas Farms to get a viable project going. Unfortunately, just with timing with COVID and various, an artist wasn't available, was having kind of his family issues, not being able to reach another artist, et cetera. It was just deemed maybe we need to, not do anything with it now. So where we're at with that is, if you have kind of a vibrant, moving and shaking kind of group of individuals to do that, we now have a little bit more of a process in place for that neighborhood art program. So it will look like an application process to make sure that that neighborhood can do the project in a timely manner. So it's really right now, through the neighborhood art program, you can always communicate. And we just had somebody from last meeting say, hey, there used to be something in Black Hawk, a mural in the Black Hawk Mini Park. Have you thought about doing something with that, et cetera? So there are some processes in place. We don't get a lot of requests, so it's kind of figuring out what might work, but we do have kind of a process in place for the neighborhood art program. But things have kind of changed. Again, we're learning a lot, I feel like, as a committee with the budget that used to work pre-COVID now is just not feasible. I think it was $12,000 before, which you could get a lot. You can't really get anything for $12,000 the way you could. So it's a little bit, not exactly on hiatus, but of, figuring out how we want to proceed, how we want to use our budget, if we want to say, well, this year we're open to a project, et cetera. But the neighborhood art program would kind of be the main funnel for those projects.
I was going to ask if I've had the past couple months since we decided to work with Grand Rail when it came to 21 South Lynn, the big mural that's right there. I had a couple people ask me what's the fate of that mural, if there's been any conversation with Grand Rail or anything at this point, or has a conversation been had about it?
So that's not part of the Iowa City's public art inventories. I believe UAY did it with that property owner's permission. In context of 21 South Lynn, they have it designed to have the upper levels kind of step back, so it's still somewhat visible, but we haven't had any in-depth conversations about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and thanks to all the committee members that have, went through this strategic plan. Enjoyed reading all about you all's minutes because you're very involved, all of you, so really appreciate all of you, and thank you for chairing.
It's been
Keeping
a pleasure.
everybody moving. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being a captive audience.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. All right. We're going to move on to item number 5, which is discussion of Community Police Review Board, Senate File 311, and the recommendation there. And, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just a continuation of a conversation that we started with you a couple months ago after Senate File 311 was passed into law. You had a joint meeting with the CPRB back in June, I believe, and asked the CPRB to provide you a recommendation. So that recommendation is in your work session packet and ready for you to discuss, and we will need some direction from you tonight in terms of modifying the city code when it comes to the CPRB provisions.
Okay. And we do see our chief of police here, so hello. Yeah. So just wanted to get open it up to council, see what thoughts are about the recommendation from that board, CPRB board.
get started. I was actually struck by how it's kind of a revisiting of the past to an extent, in a positive way. That there's an opportunity perhaps through it being an informal opportunity for residents to talk with the police about concerns or with representatives. It reminded me of the substation in the South District and Henry Harper's efforts. And for quite some time, I mean, it helped relationship build. It was there was an ability for sort of an authoritative body to come to the neighborhood, but not because there's an emergency, and allowed citizens to be and residents to be able to come. And so I was kind of struck by like, wow, this sort of seems like it's got that vibe to it, and the fact that it would be mobile and could go to wherever residents had concerns, I thought was is really promising, and I think it furthers, if indirectly, but it furthers the kind of work that I think that the police department, as well as concerned citizens and residents, have had post George Floyd, and that what works is community building. And I see this as an effort to do that, at the same time that it's also trying to fill that gap that has been taken, by having to dissolve this by law. So I felt like this is a very thoughtful recommendation, and I think that I would be excited to see how this pans out.
Maybe for the public, I'll just read the recommendation so
Yes.
folks know a little bit of what we're referring to, because we know. All right. I'm just going to read some, maybe some highlights. One paragraph really sticks out to me. The CPRB unanimously recommends dissolving the board and reallocating time and resources to a staff-led process with the goal to strengthen trust and involvement across the community. The board recommends the advisory committee would be informal in structure, with efforts led by the chief of police. A wide variety of community representatives with diverse backgrounds and experience would be engaged. Varying staff, external partners, and other representative involvement will help increase the understanding of community issues, resources available, and assist with community policing efforts. And so I think that is really the gist of what we're referring to.
My thoughts were that it would be helpful to take their recommendation, but also ask that we have regular report backs on how it's working and what, if any, kind of city resources would be needed to make it as good as possible, but to take the recommendation and just get feedback. And that could be in the form of just memos in our packets or a presentation. I'm open to whatever works, but I respect the commission's recommendation.
I think one thing, I think that makes sense. I think the recommendation involves quarterly meetings, so, probably biannual or something like that.
For them internally, not for us.
If only we had quarterly
Yeah.
meetings. No, for the CPR, the replacement, the advisory committee.
Yes.
I think it was quarterly. Just wanted to say, and just, how much our city is indebted to the people who have served on the CPRB over many years, including our mayor pro tem, and many others who have given of their time to deal with some of the most weighty issues that our community faces, in trying to make sure that the policing we have in our community is the best in getting better, the best that it can be, and always getting better. And the time and effort and going through all of the reports and body cam footage and every piece of thing that they had to do the reviews. It is heartbreaking that we are coming to this stage, that the Iowa legislature is forcing this upon us, because I think as a community we could be very proud of what our CPRB has done, what it has represented, and the fairness and work that the people have done on that board for, I don't even remember how many years, many, many years. And so thank you, kudos to the members of the CPRB, to generations and iterations of police chiefs that have cooperated with that process. And we'll always be in their debt, and hopefully someday we'll be able to bring it back, is my hope. Just wanted to say that because I think it deserves to be said. And but yes, and thank you for this recommendation. It's not, it's making the best out of a situation we didn't ask for, and so that's kind of where I came down on this.
I suppose I'll talk now. Really, thank you very much to the members of the CPRB for, working through this really weird thing when it comes to should we dissolve ourselves and what's the best for the community in this hand that we've been dealt. So very much thankful for that. I guess the idea of, for me that I like is more informal, kind of like quarterly discussions, staff-led. What I think is an important aspect to what the CPRB did was that it was citizen-run and oversaw. I think that just inherently, when you have people coming and trying to talk about what they're experiencing with the police, I think having efforts be led by the police, I think is a little bit problematic. I think that having it led by, organized by, staff that are not the police, and if community comes and wants to talk with the police, then that could be something that could be, we want to engage in a dialogue with the police, not have it be every single time you show up to these quarterly meetings and you're talking to officers or the chief of police or somebody. I think that could put up barriers for some people who want to come and express their opinion or express what they've experienced. So that is my hesitation with the recommendation. I also was curious about it being an either-or thing. For me, it seems like the Citizens Police Review Board, as it stands, what I've been told is that one of the main aspects of it is the officer reviewing an individual officer's conduct. But I still think that there are things on the CPRB that having appointed citizens, engage with in a formal matter is, I just don't necessarily see why necessarily it can't be a both situation. I think that if you have within a scope that we deem appropriate, have a CPRB that's formal, that is citizens appointed by the city council, talking about policy, talking about coming together and discussing policing in general, and how it interplays in Iowa City without having the illegal now aspects to it. So those are things that I wanted to bring up and wanted maybe opinions from other counselors about, because it says here that reallocate time and resources. It would be better to reallocate time and resources to what we're discussing when it comes to a quarterly meeting. I'm just wondering what the time and resources would actually be, if that's something that would be strenuous on a staff level. Those are all questions that I have.
And we'll just say that the CPRB did have quite an extensive conversation on just that point. Like, do they continue as a body in any format, or do they, kind of go this unanimous route that they've now recommended to the council? So I do want to just mention that they did have.
And they had mentioned that when they were here
Yes.
at our last consultation.
Yeah, and I know that they definitely, reading the minutes, they definitely had also there they had a long conversation, but I suppose I just wanted to gauge maybe how staff here feels, or how other counselors feel about leaving the Citizens Police Review Board in a capacity, maybe at a lesser frequency, to do things such as review policy, anything that they would want to do that is allowed by law.
Yeah, I think there's definitely arguments both ways with that point. I do, the thing that so I don't have like a strong opinion as far as that goes. I do have concerns about, commissioners who feel their own role isn't relevant, and, those who are there making this recommendation certainly got to experience both the activity that is now outlawed as well as the policy review part. So I imagine, what you brought up is maybe, they may not be in, their experience may not speak directly to, well, what if we had a commission that was doing something slightly different? I do think, what I wanted to just make sure we think about is, as the council sort of liaison to the CPRB, when I was able to attend meetings, I think one of the roles of that commission that is important to maintain is that kind of like a body of people who are distinct from the department, like able to hear, comments from the public, and you're not engaging directly with the officers or with the chief. And certainly, I think having, I think I brought this up last time, but the listening post kind of idea that we had contemplated in the plan to restructure the police back in 2020, that has value. And I think having some group of individuals who can just be that like communicative buffer with the department would be important as well. I'm sure in any advisory board, they would want to serve, educational purposes and that kind of thing. But I think as to the question of what is the staff commitment, I was always very impressed with, Kelly's staff was the staff assigned to the CPRB, and their role, I think, in having that like very public facing, providing information, keeping things organized, seems like appropriate to not put that on the department to replace whatever the staff support mechanisms would be for this advisory group.
You go. Well, you should. I really don't know what to say because I just feel like this is, I don't know, I just want to say like, doesn't have any meaning. Like even the police review board used to be also just looking at it and document it and that's it. There was no action. And this is even, I know this is out of our hand and we cannot do anything about it right now. But I mean like this commission, when you guys said like they're going to do recommendations and something like that, but what are they looking at to do advice and recommendation? What they think that they going to evaluate after that, they will bring recommendation. I don't get that. If the police chief have something to tell us about, like, what this commission going to look at, and after that, bring recommendations and advice.
Sure. The way I'm looking at it is kind of like Councilor Alter spoke of, more of a community outreach function. So the people on my staff that would be involved would be me, my command staff, my professional standards lieutenant, and our outreach. And they would do similar to what that one half of what the CPRB is doing now, which is policy review, which, as the CPRB pointed out in their memo, the entire community has access to every one of our policies. So that part is something that we would continue to do. And these quarterly meetings, and I anticipate them having more than quarterly meetings if things come up and things that are of interest to the community. We anticipate doing them at different neighborhood association or neighborhood meetings and give them an opportunity to provide input. But also what happens is, my concern was, and I think the CPRB shared the concern, was frustration with the main 2.5 decades ago when we came up with the CPRB was to review officer conduct, and that part was obviously stripped away. So to have these people they spent an inordinate amount of time doing that, watching the videos, reading the reports, and then there was clear frustration because then they just make a recommendation, and thankfully most of the time, well, since I've been here, every time they've agreed with my findings, but sometimes I think it felt like they were spinning their wheels. Now take that part off, and then they just have the policy review and just coming to chat. And that's one thing we really couldn't do during the current CPRB meetings, is really have a good chat. When members of the public would show up, similar to your formal meetings, they get to talk to you, but you don't get to talk back. And that was often frustrating for the CPRB members, because some of those questions that were raised by the public had simple answers, but it's not on the agenda, so we couldn't talk about it. That's why I think the more informal meetings would provide a little more back and forth dialogue. And, you know, if some people aren't comfortable talking to the police if they have issues, we also have the Human Rights Commission. And on our incident information cards, we have their information if they want to file a complaint where they don't want to file it directly with us. And that's perfectly understandable, and we get it. And that's another reason why the CPRB was committed, so they could, or was constituted, so they could file a complaint with someone outside of us. But-
And just, I think, thank you for bringing that up, because to clarify to the public, people that have a complaint can still file complaints. It's
Yes.
just, this is one fewer avenue, but the two main ones that remain are the Human Rights Commission and with the department
police.
itself, correct?
Yeah, it's always been there, yeah.
And those have
Right,
always been
right,
there,
that's
yeah.
nothing new.
So, yeah, I just try to figure out like something else that we can add it to them to do. For example, like we get this report from the Human Rights Commission, I think every year. Am I right about like how many people being stopped, what their demographic is? How can we reduce that? Is that the thing that we get it from? I remember that the Office of Human Rights, they bring us like report like that, right?
The police department does a disproportionate minority contact study on traffic stops, which you may be thinking about. The annual Human Rights Office report does include some public safety statistics, like I think contacts with juveniles maybe is listed in there. But most of, believe what you're talking about is probably in the traffic
Yes, the traffic,
study
yeah.
report. Yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like that's something worth to be like looking at also by this kind of commission to see like, you know, how can we improve that? Like a lot of people in this community, they just believe that you know, the police stop more people of color than like white people in this community, and that's being a complaint. And I being seeing that on the data as well. How can we improve this? You know, not like saying don't stop somebody who done a mistake. No, of course, but I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like from what you just mentioned, that can still be taking place where they can look at that annual report and there can be more dialogue. Is that what I understand? And even if the current CPRB members wanted to attend, at this point they have no restrictions based on it won't be a commissioned or anything governed by the city. It would just be back and forth conversations that could take place.
Right, and thanks for bringing that up. At the last meeting, I mentioned every CPRB member, they're all invited to take part, and I hope they do. I think some of them do, but they, I think it was pretty clear what their recommendation was. I think some of them mentioned the frustration with having that one part removed and then feeling like they really didn't have a role. So I hope they do take part. I know I encourage some of them to try to get on the Civil Service Commission as well, too.
I think, you know, the beautiful thing about the previous commission is citizen reviewing the, you know, practice of the police, which is how can we make the same concept happening without like doing that, which is still because the citizen will be trusted kind of member of community who can, the community member can just go to those commission and talk about like practice that they don't like, and how can they go out and meet with people and ask them about what they see wrong, what they want to see like happening, how can we build trust between the community and the police, and something like that. I think that's what is really needed to make the community feel safe and start like interacting and building relationship and see the police as somebody who will keep them safe than scared from them.
I have a slightly different, I just wanted to, because I'm thinking about what your initial sort of alternate proposal was to sort of do a yes and, to keep them together. And admittedly, this is a bit far afield from the specifics of this, but I take into mind that I know the commission came here to talk about their discussion, and we had a pretty robust one the last time. And then again, they've come back and they worked through what all of their recommendations were and unanimously were like, this is what we want to do. I have to confess, because we have had recent incidents or a recent event where we overrode a commission's recommendations and staff's recommendations. And I worry that if we do this as a pattern, I'm talking about HCDC. Sorry, I should have been more clear. I worry a little bit about us saying, that sounds great, this is what we want to do. I'm not sure what kind of a message that's going to send to our other commissions and to the commissioners, because we go through actually a fairly robust process and in vetting the folks who are on it. These are engaged people who want to contribute. And so I worry a little bit, maybe these are just incidental incidents, and yet I'm a little worried that commissioners may feel like, well, what's the point of me really putting my all in or actually applying, because the council's going to do what's going to do anyway. But the CPRB went through a robust process to think about, my God, we're not allowed to be anymore, and our primary functions are gone. What are all the ins and outs of what this means? And so I'm a little loath to say, that sounds good, and we're going to change it in ways that we want, no matter how well-intended. So I just wanted to raise that.
I just believe that, I understand what you're saying, again, but what I'm adding, we're not like, we just try to add. And also my question will be, when they come with these recommendations, I really don't know, I have to, maybe my mistake, I did not know the background. Do they like have a public forum and they come up with this and say, hey, public, that's what you want to see, and we're going to write it and put it? Because we sitting here representing the public, and and if they are come with this by asking the public, and they said, okay, because they are the one who are going to get the information from the public and try to, maybe tweak policies or recommend policies or recommend like a workshop or anything for the police to take. So I always want to relate to the public and hear from them.
And they are the public, right?
But now we are changing something. Even do you know a lot of public, they don't know that the police review board is no longer going to be existed. Okay, they are doing it themselves. They, like a commission, and I appreciate everything that they do, no problem. But I think if we can add a little bit to think, not us, we can recommend it to them to see that. I just believe that we need to let the public know. Right now, we don't have that, police review board anymore. Not because we choose to, but because we have to, not to do it. And also, we would like to change this to think that's be meaningful connection between the public and the actual police department. That's the only thing that I'm referring to, not changing. And I don't know, but I don't think it's fair to compare it to the commission for the CDH, because that's something else. This is completely a new thing that is happening, and the public doesn't know about it. Yeah, that's what I just.
I would say, for me, when it comes to the future of the CPRB, that was just something I wanted to bring up for us to talk about and discuss. My main concern is I want people to want to come to these, and I know that we are putting a barrier if it means you come to these meetings and you're meeting with the police themselves, if they're the ones who you were having gripes with, or they're the ones who you had a conflict with. So it doesn't mean that you can't have those meetings. I just don't want the entire initiative to be led by and staffed by and attended by the police, because I think that would be doing a disservice to a lot of the public who, by nature, if you have, I'm just, that's where my main concern lies. And, I think it would be a good idea to approach the Human Rights Commission, see how they would feel about it. They have experience with processing complaints and having community discussions. So if anybody has a suggestion on how that could move forward, if we decided to go that way, but yeah, that's my main concern.
So
Yeah.
we do have, sorry, I just need clarity. Sorry, I'm not trying to be dramatic. I was like literally at a brain freeze. There are paths for complaints, correct?
Two.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't through this informal process and that it was clear for others as well. I mean, absolutely, if
Yeah.
the bravery of somebody to come to an informal meeting and talk to the police straight out would be, you know, but I want to make sure that it's clear
You know,
that there are processes in which to have a formal complaint.
Yeah.
As well as to talk to the
And I also want to
police.
make clear that it's not, you know, we're not talking about like, you know, what we all think of the police department. It's about how, you know, people who don't have experience with certain officers and who don't know, you know, if you have a negative experience with police, you're going to, and one of your options is going to a meeting where it's staffed by police. I'm just saying that I think that creates a barrier.
It is.
Yeah, so I mean, that's just my main concern I wanted to bring up.
But and also the main like kernel for complaint, it been there forever.
Yeah.
And people still choose to file with the Citizen Review Board for a reason. And I think now if this really open for the public to come, that will be great. They can come and I don't know how the setup will be. I did not like fully read this, but is this like will be like the public will be sitting there and they can also like say anything that they want to say during that. If they find an issue that they want to bring to this committee, they can still do it publicly, or how that
So,
work?
Yeah, I don't think in no setting that the city is involved in can an officer be really discussed or responded to by anyone with information.
I see Eric dying to talk here.
Yeah,
so-
just to clarify a couple of the topics that have been raised. First off, the limitation in Senate File 311 prevents they use the word citizen review boards from reviewing the actions of police.
Okay.
So, you know, that's different than, I mean, I'm envisioning that the informal group that the chief is considering would include some citizens, but, you know, to be clear, they would not have any kind of role in being able to formally assess or judge the conduct of any police officer. The other thing I wanted to clarify is that if there's if there's a complaint about a city employee or the city itself, whether it's a police officer or my office, and it goes to the Human Rights Commission, because of the inherent conflict of interest, they send it to the state Civil Rights Commission to investigate. They don't keep those complaints locally. That's not to say those complaints can't come in. They can, but then they're shepherded out, again, to avoid that conflict.
Yeah. I know that, but it's still.
I just wonder about any kind of advisory group, like how are people asked to participate? Who's invited? Who's at the table? I just think that, you know, what we know is the process of appointing people to commissions. And we have plenty of very dramatic examples of how that goes, good and bad. So I think I would just raise that as if we're going to do something informal, I think it needs to be, you know, again, I think maybe having the staff support not be in the department might be a way to ensure that it's more like, you know, not the concern that you were raising of like people show up and they're, you know, interfacing directly with you all. But I think that question of if it's called an advisory group or an advisory committee, how it's constituted is really critical to consider.
But, you know, still I don't understand. I'm sorry, can you explain? When you say the people come and they see that, I agree first with like, you know, it's not being held by the police chief. But if the people come, what kind of thing the people will bring? And that maybe will make them feel like, oh, I don't want to interact with the police chief. So can you just give me example? Because you said this is really limited. And the commissioner cannot even interact with the public. But just can you give me a scenario about how this work?
Yeah, so what we're recommending is a staff-led process. So you remove some of the rigidity that hampers the commission's work, right? We don't have to have an agenda. We can move our meetings around. We can invite different groups. We can reach out to different groups for meetings on different topics. The chief and I have talked a lot about this, and I think we both have ideas in our head on how this can work. For me personally, I kind of see an advisory group, but that meets quarterly, but I see us offshooting and doing meetings with neighborhood groups, with the student government, with all kinds of different groups in between those meetings and coming back to those advisory board meetings and sharing kind of what some of the takeaways are. But what we talked about last time is, the two of us are talking about how to design this thing for somebody else. What we probably need to do is take several months and have some just conversations with people in the community to say, what would work for you, right?
Yes.
What type of meeting setting is best for you? What type of frequency would be welcome? Where would the meetings be most comfortable? We can't sit here and tell you exactly what this looks like, but what I can say is if you look at the 15 to 20 commissions that we have, I don't know that any are set up to be outreach,
Yes.
right? They process work, and it's because of the rigidity of public meetings, it's really hard to do outreach if you're a commission, right? So we think we can do a good job. We're raising our hand and say we want to be held accountable to doing this outreach. We think we can do a good job. We don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but we're up for the challenge, and we know all those complexities that you're talking about. We fully understand and appreciate those, and we'll do our best to navigate those. At times, it may be that there needs to be a meeting without police participating. I don't know what that situation would be, but I acknowledge that there's going to be some barriers there, and we can adapt to that. So ultimately, the goal is to create stronger connections, stronger relationships, trust, and frankly, when you need it the most, when you're having some sort of community crisis, we have people that can get in the same room and talk through it and find better outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're going to change what was a board that was appointed by council to hear, officer conduct complaints and address those, if we're going to change that into kind of an outreach, community-focused function, why is that limited to the police department? And I think our staff is so strapped for time and energy. I don't, from what I'm hearing, I don't know that I'm in favor of just creating a police outreach staff thing if we're not also why don't we do that with other city mechanisms, right?
I mean, this could be one where we see how this works and learn from it to expand.
I mean, I think we have our neighborhood outreach folks, right? And I think, obviously that would be done in tandem with anything like this, but we have staff in the police department whose job it is to do outreach. I don't particularly understand why we would be spending more, particularly your office, time on creating a new program for outreach that's just focused on policing when we know that communicating with the public and helping them understand what the city is doing and what our role is and what we can offer and why. I mean, are we going to create the same thing for other departments? That's what comes into my head in hearing this part of the conversation.
I have one question.
I feel just like, I don't know, but I feel like communication or outreach for only police practice with a citizen, not like a police department staff, will be helpful for example, meeting at the neighborhood and just talk open about police practice, since we are not going to file something. But for example, a police neighborhood will say, we see this officer all the time just staying here. And we don't know why, and we would like this to be solved, or maybe those teenagers being anything that they can bring, and not necessarily they bring it in front of the officer. And that's how I envision it. The outreach go by neighbors, the same thing the listening post that we do, but this is for the police to go there and everybody know and just talk to the people and bring all this complaint from the residents that they receive, whether this interaction where police stop us and they did not give any translation. to the person, or they use a child to translate. Like those complaints that every day the citizen interact with the police without not necessary we being seeing it, or that the police is bringing to us, and we know that this is like kind of complaint. And this is what really, after that, improve the way that police treated the citizen. I guess, I don't know, but I like the idea of like just going for focusing on this, because we have complaint against the police in this city. We do have, but if we really start doing this outreach, maybe we're going to find where is the problem and solve it.
What I love, how you connected the listening post to this opportunity that we have, because it is getting people in front of really police officers, or chief of police, or whoever is a part of that has that maybe more frontline interactions. This is that opportunity, and when you said the listening post, that's where the light bulb clicked for me. Where any of our listening posts, there's one this Saturday at the farmers market, I believe, and that's where you get those one-on-one, back and forth conversations. So I do like that opportunity. It is one-on-one. The greatest way to keep people separated is to keep them divided and not having them come together. And so I do think that this could be one of those opportunities just to have conversations, and to once you're hearing people perspectives, there could be things you didn't think about, you didn't know about, and this is just one opportunity. There's still going to be some folks that may not want to come because it is a police officer that may be present, but again, there may be moments where there won't be. And still, there is all, the two avenues to make formal, complaints if there is a situation that wanted to have a formalized complaint. So I do think this could be first step, a good thing. The other thing I think we need to just consider is on the 16th is when this expires, or when this law has to go into effect.
That's when, Senate File 311 goes into effect, August 16th.
Yeah, and is there anything the council needs to do before then?
Well, we're looking for direction from council as to what to do, because the existence of the CPRB is in both the city's charter and in its ordinances. And so, and to be clear, some of those provisions make clear that the CPRB is to assess the complaints against police officers, which is going to be illegal in short amount of time.
Yeah, and this will be before our next council meeting.
That's right.
And is there any concerns about that, if it still isn't, if these things still are in our documents?
No, I'm less concerned about that timeliness, just because the CPRB themselves have already communicated that they won't be accepting any new complaints.
Sure.
So they won't be doing any of the work that will be illegal shortly.
So I guess to maybe refocus the council at this moment, where are people leaning towards? Are we leaning towards, having this, supporting what the CPRP has unanimously recommended, which would essentially be the advisory committee will be informal instruction with efforts led by the police chief. We also heard another recommendation, I believe, from Councilor Wyline. I mean, we could do, the board recommending, maybe without an advisory committee, and that would be more in line with what Mayor Pro Tem has said, where it's more of a listening post.
I think the two can be coexistent, for what it's worth. I mean, I'm not sure if I see Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion as different from this, just expanding on what has not yet been built, right? Which is what Jeff and others, so that this is a way in which this can actually manifest, is what Mayor Pro Tem was suggesting.
Yeah, and to clarify, I wasn't necessarily proposing, I was just stating that it was something that I've been thinking about and I wanted us to talk about up here. And also, because I'd been thinking about about this for a while since I saw this packet, and part of the thing for me was you can have what we know what the CPRB does and did was a lot of millions of hours of body cam footage, things like that, very strenuous work, and they do very little policy review, things like that, research in that department. But would that mean that they wouldn't do anything, or would that just mean that they would have new avenues open to dive into these things deeper? Those are thoughts I would have. But it seems to me like if we decide at some point that would be a thing that we could do. We could just create another commission.
Or another,
Like-
advisory.
Advisory, yes,
board.
exactly. So in terms of me being up in arms about going forward with that part of the recommendation, I'm not opposing it at this moment. I just wanted us to more just have a talk about it. My main concern, like I said, was just about the replacement process and the role of the police in organizing and leading that initiative, like it said in the recommendation by the Citizens Police Review Board. But it seems like those are conversations, and that's going to be a process, like what Jeff said, could take months. So it doesn't seem like that needs to be decided now. So, yeah.
So I just want to get a temperature of what folks are feeling for supporting the recommendation specific to what the CPRB has done at this point.
My position's the same, and I'm fine with the sort of let's allow some of the recommendations by Mayor.
Please use the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, I do think we should take the commission's recommendation, and we should add in, during the program development, some of the advice by the Mayor Pro Tem.
I agree.
I agree.
I would like to just, I agree with dissolving the commission in its formal capacity. I would like us to consider, before creating a new program that's really oriented around communication and outreach, I would like staff to consider what that means in terms of something that might be given up. I know that we have communication and outreach needs in NDS, in Parks and Rec, in, many other departments that, Jeff, if you're saying you or your office is going to be committing time and energy towards that, I have faith in the police department's outreach efforts. I think they can do listening posts, they can do those things, but I think if it's going to be a bigger, more energetic process, let's look at the big picture.
So it sounds like you're more of that listening post style with the police department kind of leading that effort? Is that, or police chief, shall I say?
I've continued to be in favor of that since 2020 when we said we were going to do it.
No, we want the police to go and do it. No one will come.
I'm just, that's a separate thing. That's a separate thing from, I think, creating an outreach plan or organizing a group, in my opinion. That's a separate thing that I remain in favor of.
I don't know. I remember we did once at the Center for Vocal Justice, like Coffee with the Cop. Everybody just left. Nobody want to come. As soon as they saw the police, I would say, I don't think many during this tough time, many people are not going to be trusting that they come and talk to the police about issues.
Let me just be more clear. My concern is committing resources outside the police department to do police outreach efforts.
Okay, and that's what this, or I thought this is the committee, the advisory board we're doing. Because this will be led by people not.
But we don't have those people, so what I heard is that it's staff-led, like Jeff in his office. That's what I'm responding to.
Oh,
That it not be a part of the CMO.
because you guys are keeping saying like the,
Either.
What
No.
she's proposing.
Right. Yeah,
that's
I didn't-
not my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know who it would be.
I see. Yeah, that's what I thought. Do you guys understand?
That's what
the
I
same?
was, that's
Yeah.
what I would
And
understood.
I could just be clear on what my intentions are. The involvement of my office would be me.
No, but you and other citizen, or you only? Like, I don't understand this. It's still, we're going to have advisory board from the citizen of Iowa City, and you will be the staff.
No, we would lead it. The chief and I would lead it.
Oh, yeah. That's what I mean. I want it without, like, I don't know, maybe you will be there, but not like staff from the police department. That when, at least for the initial meeting where you go and do the outreach with the public, but after that, when you guys have that meeting together to come and talk about it, that's maybe because they want to tell you what they learn from the citizen and what the issue that they have. And so
It does sound like what
That's-
you're mentioning is something that they've kind of talked about, that sometimes it won't be with the police department
that's when
present,
they,
or
yeah,
police present, yeah.
when they go and do the outreach, like the kind of the listening bus style outreach. I thought, yeah, will be from the citizen and talk to the people.
Yeah, I just don't know how those citizens are approached.
Selected.
You select it, exactly. Like
Not
that,
gonna be selected the same way that we select people for.
no,
No,
right? That's our
no,
whole point, is to get away from that.
That's right. This would not be a council-appointed, because otherwise then all the rules of public meetings and public bodies would apply, and you would not have that responsiveness because it's not on the agenda and so forth. We're trying to avoid all of that.
Yes. I wonder if it really should just be recentered and similar to the listening post style, where it is, police chief and staff that goes and people can come, give their input. There's also a resource portion of it at times. But I do, because I heard Councilor Burgess talk about, this advisory board, or how is that going to even work? I think if we, in this moment, consider just taking that part out from the recommendation, because it seemed like there's a lot of elements to that, but if we look at this more as a step one with a listening, that could be step one. But for tonight, I wonder if we maybe come back. I mean, sir, I think we can, if people are ready to make a decision, I think we can and probably should. We do need to talk about what do we do with the current CPRB. So are people, we know what's going to be happening. Are people comfortable just having it end as of?
We don't have a choice, right?
Well, we do have some choices as far as what the activities are. Wait, some of the activities we don't have a choice on, but
Right.
but I also hear that really the CPRB is expecting to be
Right.
ended as well.
I guess, and without it going into the weeds, but just as an example, is to tie into existing things like neighborhood associations. So there could be ways in which it is a listening post, but with having engaged citizens who are, come to these meetings so that it can be kind of, the structure is there so that it can be a listening post model without the entire thing having to be lifted from the get-go through Jeff and through the chief. So I am comfortable moving forward knowing that this recommendation here, and I don't think the CPRB was like, and that it shall be like this and this and this, that there's a lot to build and a lot to figure out. But I am comfortable to move forward with this recommendation. I don't know if others are, but
So I want to make sure, are you comfortable moving forward with the listening post style
Yes.
recommendation?
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
So I think that's kind of, Mayor Pro Tem looked
think
at
that
what we
that-
have, but just kind of pulled out words that we know what that means.
Well, and I think that I do think that it's built into
It
that
is built in
paragraph
there.
that we
It
have,
is.
so I want to respect my own earlier,
Yes, it is built into
objection of saying we don't want to toss away the
Yeah.
recommendations of the
Yeah.
CPRB because they've worked very hard on this. I
Yes.
think that this is, they've given us a very generalized structure to say, here's something else that we think will work, and then the blanks get filled in, and existing resources and collaboration happens to make this, to build this out.
So I think what we have on the floor now is the listening post style moving forward. Are people comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, so, and then just for clarification, because I think we need to state which staff would kind of lead that effort. We have our chief of police and our city manager, Jeff Ruin, saying that they would like to.
That was the main concern I was bringing up. And I don't know if I'm alone or if there's enough people to sway that being, but in terms of directly having the police be involved in directing the meetings and the environment and everything, that is what I'm opposed to.
And I think we heard, even from Mayor Pro Tem, that at times, it can start off with the city manager, and then, there will be, opportunity to bring
Yeah.
the police chief. So-
Opportunity to bring the police,
Yes,
because
But not
like you were
fast and
saying, I think that there may be times when people are saying, can we have this meeting and not have the police present? But I think more often than not, you're going to have people just not go,
Yes.
and so you know what I mean? So it's, I just want high participation, and I want people to feel comfortable coming, and I feel like it will be more effective when there are times where it's appropriate to bring the police into the conversation. I think that could be something that
Exactly.
is,
Can I make a
Triggered, yes.
suggestion? I think if you're comfortable dissolving the CPRB, we'll prepare that ordinance amendment and
Yes.
adjust the charter. I think the staff are probably on completely different wavelengths with this discussion in terms of how we wish to approach this. We might benefit from a deeper discussion, and maybe we need to put some more thought into a proposal and share it with you, because I think where you're going with this is definitely not what we had in mind.
Okay.
And I think it'd benefit from some more discussion.
Sure, I think that's true. I was trying to suggest that early. Let us go with this.
yep,
The solution.
So then are people comfortable just deferring this to a later date, staff bringing
No,
back
but
something?
not for the whole
If I may,
thing.
the one part, it sounds like there's agreement that we should go ahead and
Yes,
dissolve the
dissolve the
CPRB, which will
CPRB.
require some ordinance amendments. Am I
Yes.
correct that I should move forward with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll prepare that for the next meeting.
But the creation of something new is what we're
Deferring,
Yeah,
deferring.
correct.
yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that is majority?
Yes.
Yes, all right, we're going to defer it,
Yeah.
and we'll bring it back up at a later time.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item number 6, council updates on assigned boards, commissions, and committees. No,
Summertime.
hearing nothing. We did have the joint entities meeting.
We haven't met since then,
No,
have
we
we?
haven't
Yeah,
met since
No,
then.
no, no.
Yeah.
it was a good meeting.
Yeah.
There's minutes in your email.
Yeah,
Yeah, but, all right. Other than that, we are adjourned.
thank you.
Thank you.
Well, hello. I'm going to welcome everyone to your City Hall. Today is August 5th, 2025. It is 6 p.m., and I'm going to call the City of Iowa City meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Alter. Here. Burgess.
Here.
Armson.
Here.
Mo.
Here.
Saleh.
Here.
Teague.
Here.
Wyland.
All right. Well, we have a large room today, so we want to welcome you once again to your City Hall, and to those that are joining us virtually, welcome as well. We're going to move on to item number 2, which are proclamations, and the 2A is the National Farmers Market Week proclamation, and this will be read by our Mayor Pro Tem, Mazahir Salah.
Whereas farmers markets serve as essential hubs for fresh, locally grown product and farm-made goods, providing a vital links between our farmers and the communities they nurture. And whereas the Iowa City Park and Recreation Department has operated the Iowa City Farmers Market for 53 years, growing into the largest recurrent weekly event in Iowa City. And whereas these markets foster direct relationships between consumer and grower, offering transparency in food securing and supporting local economy. And whereas farmers markets create vibrant public space, contributed to community health, and celebrate the rich agricultural heritage of our nation. And whereas these markets play a critical role in expanding access to nutritious food, promoting sustainable farming practice, and empowering local farmers to thrive. And whereas National Farmers Market Week provide an opportunity to recognize the important contribution of farmers market to the health, economy, and well-being of our communities. And whereas this recognition encourages all residents to explore and support their local farmers market, thereby strengthening the bond of the community and fostering a deeper appreciation for the bounty of our land. Now, therefore, I'm Mazahir Saleh on behalf of Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, hereby proclaim the week of August 3rd to 9th, 2025 as a National Market Week in Iowa City, and urge all the residents to join in this observance by visiting their local farmers markets, celebrating our agricultural heritage and supporting the farmers and vendors who bring fresh local product to our table. And here to accept is Bill Rain, Recreation Program Supervisor.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Lane. I'm Recreation Program Supervisor for Communications and Special Events for Iowa City Parks and Recreation. I'll try to keep this pretty short. I know we have a busy day. Thank you for this honor in recognizing the vital role that farmers markets play in our communities. Iowa City Farmers Market, an event hosted by the Iowa City Parks and Recreation Department, is especially meaningful. It's more than a place to buy produce, food, art, and other wares. It's a gathering place where relationships grow and community is strengthened while enjoying local musicians and all the variety that Iowa City has to offer. We proudly accept this proclamation on behalf of our vendors, customers, and everyone who makes the market a vibrant part of our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would also just like to add here that Councilor Alter and I will be at the farmers market this Saturday. So come to the farmers market, and we're going to be having a listening post. So bring your concerns to us, and please go to the farmers market.
Yes, yes. All right, on to item number 2B, which is National Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas each year the United States observes National Hispanic Heritage Month by celebrating the culture, heritage, and countless contributions of those whose ancestors were indigenous to Central America, South America, Spain, the Caribbean, and parts of North America. And whereas what was originally observed in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Johnson was expanded by President Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th. And whereas September 15th was chosen because it coincides with the Independence Day celebrations of 5 Central American neighbors, as President Lyndon Johnson called them Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Those 5 nations declared their independence from Spain on September 15th, 1821. And whereas Mexico and Chile celebrate their independence also from Spain on September 16th and September 18th, respectively. And whereas the Hispanic population represent a wide range of nationalities and backgrounds, all of whom make a positive contribution to education, nonprofit, government, and business sectors, which reflect the remarkable diversity of the American people. And whereas we continue to acknowledge the Hispanic community members who have stayed in the struggle to ensure that everyone in this nation can contribute to their talents and have the opportunity to thrive. And whereas the Iowa City 2025 Latino Fest will take place on Saturday, August 16th at the Penn Mall in downtown Iowa City for approximately 12 p.m. to 9:30 p.m., and all are encouraged to attend. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2025, as National Hispanic Heritage Month, and encourage all to celebrate our unique and vibrant history and recommit ourselves to a shared future of a healthy, peaceful, safe, and welcoming Iowa City. And to receive this proclamation is Manny, who is the founder and director of the Latino Festival.
On behalf of the Iowa City Latino Fest organizing team, community members, and our generous sponsors, I offer our deepest gratitude for this city proclamation honoring not only the Iowa Latino Fest, but the Latinx community as a whole. From his roots as a vibrant celebration showcasing Latino traditions to becoming an embracing space for diverse voices, the festival reflects the very spirit of our community. In recognizing the fest with an official proclamation, the city underscores a powerful message. We are stronger when our society values inclusion, diversity, and multilingual cultural exchange. Our event is not just about music, dance, food. It is about creating a place where everyone feels welcome, regardless of background or language. This acknowledgement by the city helps reinforce the message that to thousands of attendees, diversity is not only to celebrate, it is essential. Thank you for supporting a vision of the Iowa City as a place where multicultural, multilingual communities flourish and where our strength lies in unity rather than uniformity. Thank you so much on behalf of the Latino and the Latinx community. And I hope to see everybody, to see all the celebration, because we are part of this community, because all the people, like just not in front of me, but all the people like is behind me. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is a wonderful celebration, so I encourage everyone to attend. All right, we're going to move on to our consent agenda, which is items 3 through 8. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
So moved. Alter.
Second, Mo.
All right, anyone from the public like to address the consent agenda? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one, are you addressing something on the consent agenda?
Public comment?
We'll be back to public comment in 1 second. Yes. All right, seeing no one in person or online?
Mayor, there are people online with their hands raised. I think
Okay,
I need to
can't
fix your,
see
yes, I need to
them.
fix that.
All right, great. Will you just name,
And allow them to
Yes.
speak. Anthony Houghton.
welcome Anthony, and this is going to be for the consent agenda.
Hi, I just wanted to drop a note and say that there isn't any audio on the Zoom. If you guys could unmute the speaker, that'd be great.
Okay.
We'll check into that. Thank you.
Great. So we're going to take a, can we go on? Did you?
Well, I'm sure Lily's checking on it, but I wanted to fix this.
Okay. Thanks. We're going to take a moment to make sure that we have audio. All right.
We should be good.
All right. So that was the only hand raised on the Zoom, so seeing no one in person or online. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sala,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We are on to item number 9, which is community comment. The public comment is intended so that members of the public may be heard by council. Because community comment is for items not properly noticed on the agenda, council cannot engage in discussion or debate due to open meeting laws. Only in-person comments will be allowed for community comment, public comment for specific agenda items, which must be directly related to that agenda item, may be made in person or remotely. And so if it's on the agenda, you will be able to chime in and give public comment if you're online. But I want to see the hands of all of those that would like to give comments during this comment period. I see one here. I saw one other. Okay, yes. All right, so we'll be able to allow 3 minutes, and we welcome you at this time. There are sign-in sheets at the back that we're going to really encourage people to fill out if you want to give comment today. There's also a sign-in here. We're going to allow you 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Brian Norris. I actually was trying to get in on the correspondence agenda for the Beach Street. That's my property right there. I was hoping that you guys could table it until you had neighborhood input. But I'm also here on another agenda item. I emailed you guys. I'm looking to build a patio at Koa Cantina. I just wanted to have public record stating that I would like some correspondence on your end. I know you guys can't comment here, but I just wanted to show up, put a name to the face, and let you guys know. Look forward to your response. Won't take too much time. A lot of people here, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak during this time? Welcome, and for the record, what city are you from?
City?
The past speaker, Iowa City. Great.
I have one request before I start.
All right, I'm going to ask you to give your, say your name and your, the city you're from.
My name is Raymond Neppel. I'm from Iowa City.
Okay.
I have one request before I start. I'm a Navy Vietnam veteran, so I request that you not turn the clock or ticket down. It makes stressed and anxious for me when I'm trying to give a presentation. Apparently served too many combat missions in Vietnam, so I apologize for that.
Okay.
Good
All right.
evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Ray Neppel, former two-town mayor of Templeton, Iowa. Marlene and I reside at 2438 Walden Court. I'm here this evening because our 30-foot-long sidewalk has settled over 2.5 inches and is nosediving to the foundation. The street is shrinking and needs a French drain. I, as well as Pauline Taylor, a two-term city council here, addressed this issue at the January public comment section. I also returned in March. Marlene and I celebrated 55 years of marriage last week. She announced I will no longer leave this condo and walk that sidewalk without you holding my hand. I'm very afraid of falling at 79 years of age. I share that thought. The CDC says 1 in 4 seniors aged 65 or older experience falls each year, requiring nursing home care would drain our assets. Then comes Medicare, and you, the taxpayers, get to pick up the bill. Why? Because the city government has failed to utilize the Iowa Judicial Nuisance Code, Chapter 657. It is available by the state of Iowa to all 99 counties. Attorneys say the small claims court is a waste of time when you only own 3% of the property. The HRA residents are 79 to 85 years old with cognitive issues, cancer. They are lucky if they get their pillbox filled every week, and yet we're asking them to come in and speak out. They're afraid. They will not talk to the condo directors in retaliation. As a victim of Vietnam, I request that all 26 condo owners be notified of the violation of the Iowa Code 657 nuisance code. A friend of mine emailed me a 2025 code of the nuisance code, and it reads as following. Whatever is injurious to health, indecent, or unreasonable offenses to the senses, or an obstruction to the free use of the property, so as essentially to interfere unreasonably with the comfortable enjoyment of life or property, is a nuisance, and civil action may be taken. I received an email from the city manager dated May 28th, which reads, unfortunately, we are at a point of disconnect where you are seeking the city to act in a manner that we do not feel is consistent with our code and standard practice across the entire community. We cannot do any more, and I understand that is frustrating for Eddie's residents to hear. The resolution you are seeking are appropriate for the HOA to consider. As a former mayor in doing 2 terms, we actually utilize the nuisance code. It's been available for years, and I don't know why Iowa City is refusing to step up to the plate and take the action. Nearly all cities must manage nuisance properties in their communities at some point. Such properties are unappealing and can cause surrounding property values to decline, create a bad image to the community. I'm not requesting that you have to come and fix it. All I'm requesting, get up off your butts, get off of the desk, fill out the nuisance code and send it to all 26 owners so they are aware that they have to fix it. Cognitive issues are prevalent in the 26 condos. And this really is settling. You as a public utility have water, you have gas, you have electric, we have ion, and what do? You stand there out and do nothing. The shutoff for my meter is located in the next duplex, and it's got 25 feet of cracks, and you would think the city would want to at least take care that main doesn't break, rupturing a line. It's ridiculous. I shouldn't have to be here 3 years, and anytime you come and speak 3 minutes, I think you owe it to the public and to the person that comes here to do a follow-up. I was here the first time and I spoke, and I got 45 days passed before I came the second time. It's time for you people to do your job. You are elected by the people, and if you do not have the proper people to enforce those issues, reach out and get your Swiffer duster and hire some new people. This is ridiculous. Most people won't even come here because they're afraid. They don't get any consensus. They don't get any judgment. They get nobody giving you any satisfaction other than, oh, we're going to pass the buck. That's ridiculous. We sit behind the desk for 17 years, and you cannot enforce a code of nuisance that's been in existence for over 50 years? Ridiculous. Thank you for your time. And I want to show you a picture. This is what it looks like when somebody tries to walk down our sidewalk. You wonder why my wife is afraid? How would you like to come home and have your wife meet you at the door and walk you out? This is a 30-foot hunk of gutter system that was applied to 2 condos, which were worth $250,000. I wonder how much that hurts the resale value when this is done to a condo owner. We come to Iowa City wanting to chase our grandkids. We can't even go out and play in the grass with the grandkids because we've got French drain that is needed wasn't put in 8-9 years ago. You read the code book for the condo association. There's 90 pages, and there's one word in there that says street, and the 99 pages that says the condo association owns it.
Mayor Teague, that's 3 minutes.
They also say you got to go out and get 10 or 13 votes.
Thank you.
In order to have another meeting, and they won't even answer the door. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
My name is Mary Gravitt, and I'm from Iowa City. And I brought up some, I talk to anybody in the community, and they always bring me their problems. So they have 3 problems that I want to discuss. The traffic problem. Trees that are planted near a stop sign cause blind spots when the full-leaf trees, the full-leaf trees to drivers of cars and minivans. The drivers are forced to pull almost into the intersection to see crossing traffic. In the winter, this is no problem because the trees are bare, and pruning would help with this. And the next thing is citizens' mental health. Residents say phrases like, "What is wrong with us?" or "This is not the American I grew up in." The answer lies in Lawrence Reed's The Nazis, A Warning from History, available in book form, DVD, or on YouTube, and in the Iowa City Public Library. Reese received the Peabody Award in 1997 for the DVD. It will help answer several pertinent questions troubling residents of Iowa City and what has happened to America. The book is, like I say, it's available, and it has the information. Another question that's troubling the minds of Americans, and especially Iowa City, and since I'm only dealing in Iowa City, is where did Jeffrey Epstein get his money? The answer is simple: money laundering. Epstein and his partner of 15 years made millions by flipping mansions for Russian oligarchs until the deal went bad and the partnership dissolved. And today, they're getting, what do they say? Well, Bill Clinton and his wife, they have to go to court, and all the other people supposed to be involved in it. Okay, Epstein went to be murdered while under U.S. custody, and Epstein's partner went into politics as a hotelier and a Bitcoin merchandise. He's selling it, selling out. And it is all so simple and worry-free. And the last thing are the bus shelters. Finally, what happened to the $100,000 that was set aside for bus shelters by the city of Iowa City? And we have a disabled population, a heavily disabled, and old people like me who need the bus shelters. We have bad weather, and you can't stand under a tree in Iowa City and think that you're going to be safe. Now, as to these bus shelters promised, I have some witnesses here right in the court that was working for the city at the same time. So where's that money?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak during public comment? Seeing no one else, I'm going to close public comment or community comment. All right. We're going to move on to planning and zoning items 10. 10A is rezoning lot 66, Monument Hills. Ordinance rezoning approximately 7.76 acres of land located on lot 66, Monument Hills final plat from low-density single-family residential zone with a planned development overlay to low-density multifamily residential zone with a planned development overlay. And I'm going to open the public hearing, and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Danielle Sisman, Neighborhood and Development Services. As you introduced this item, this is a rezoning. The applicant in this case is Monument Hills LLC, and they've requested this rezoning for the 7.76 acres that is lot 66. Lot 66 is highlighted here in the white dash. It's located on the northwest corner of two arterial streets that intersect Route and 23. It's bounded by Scott, Rochester, as well as some local streets to the west, and an area to the north of it, which is in a conservation area, Outlot C. This shows the rezoning as it is today. It was part of a larger subdivision and was rezoned as part of that subdivision to that OPD RS5 designation. That designation was because there were sensitive areas in some of the lands not on this particular lot. This is the OPD plan that accompanied that rezoning. The area that's lot 66 is shown on the bottom right, the multicolored layout of the buildings. It was to be sold for senior housing development and was to have 12 single-family homes, 3 duplexes, and a 2-story 29-unit multifamily building, as well as a private clubhouse for residents. That development concept was incorporated into that original zoning, and here's a close-up of that. The rezoning being requested tonight is to accommodate a change in the buyer. It's now Nelson Construction and Development for their proposed senior housing development on this site. As I said, it would still be for construction of independent senior living community, but in this case, it would consist of 3 duplexes and a single 100-unit multifamily style independent senior living apartments for a total of 106 units on the subject property. The courtyard of that multifamily building would include amenities for those residents. I believe they've shown some sports courts and a pool. So this, as I said, was rezoned once and actually went through the platting process. So we're back to a rezoning step. The plats would still remain in effect, still as an established lot. All of the conservation easements that were obtained to protect those sensitive areas are already in place. And the initial rezoning had some conditions, but all of those conditions were fulfilled as part of that site, as part of that platting process. So as I said, this is a request just to rezone one lot. Because it's an OPD request, we do go through the additional criteria as well as the basic criteria of consistency with the comprehensive plan and the compatibility with the existing neighborhood. It is continuing to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan calls for clustering of development on this larger subdivision because of the sensitive areas through a conservation easement obtaining the original 65 acres of that. Approximately half will never be developed because it was preserved and protected through that process. Therefore, this lot continues to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's also subject to a neighborhood district plan. The proposed development generally aligns with the concept and policy vision of that district plan. As I said, it was part of a larger development, and subdivision-wide, there is a predominantly single-family character to this subdivision, with a concentration of more of that housing closer to those arterial streets of Scott and Rochester. Again, this is compatibility with that existing neighborhood, showing the entire 65 acres, of where Lot 66 is also a part. So again, it concentrated that single-family development to the west and north of itself and really kept the multifamily closer to the streets. In reviewing the criteria for the OPD rezoning, it does continue to meet the density requirements for the base zone that's being proposed, which is RM12. And the proposed plan continues that existing pattern of mostly single-family development and concentrating multifamily development away from that and transitioning through the use of the duplex housing. In the original proposal, the original rezoning, there were 3 waivers requested as part of that OPD. They were for lot width and the situation of some of the duplexes on corner lots. That's not really an issue anymore because we've changed our duplex requirements, and also for a reduction in setbacks because of the right-of-way that we needed to acquire near Scott and Rochester. Under this proposal, this rezoning, there's only 2 waivers. At this point, it's just 5 feet of additional building height being requested and that right-of-way setback that would continue to be requested. They did include some drawings of what the duplexes could look like, as well as the multifamily. We also reviewed the burden on street and utilities. We did request, staff requested an update to the traffic study that was originally submitted. Traffic load, the street network is adequate to, the street network is adequate to accommodate the additional development. The design also minimizes impacts on nearby residents and would be compatible with what would be expected with normal development. It would be, because it's a multifamily building, subject to our multifamily site development standards, which don't get reviewed at the time of the zoning OPD plan, but they would certainly be part of the site plan. When a site plan is filed, all of those standards would be reviewed. Those standards include things like the particulars of the building entrances and design, requirements for which way doors face and how they're easily accessible, things like that. And then the OPD plan does include a mix of duplexes and multifamily. It does expand housing choices, and so it would be in the public interest for this rezoning to proceed. Again, this shows that in blue, the rezoning of just lot 66 as part of tonight's action. The applicant did hold a good neighbor meeting in June of this year, and based on a review of those relevant criteria and specific criteria, staff recommended with no conditions this time, because all of them have been fulfilled, that the rezoning be approved. And at its June 18th, 2025 meeting, the P&Z concurred with that opinion and also recommended approval. Happy to answer questions.
Can you say a little bit about, excuse me, The residents who attended the Good Neighbor meeting, were there any, was there conversations / takeaways?
I did not attend that meeting, but there's a summary of that in your packet where they summarize the issues. My understanding is there was some significant discussion about traffic at that meeting, but the developer could also address that if you like.
Thank you for the reminder.
This particular replatting, rezoning is not actually impacting the sensitive areas. The sensitive areas were in the original plat, right?
Correct. They were already secured in the conservation easements. They're mostly to the north of the site, so that's already been fulfilled.
And does that include Harvest Preserve or adjacent to it?
Harvest Preserve is its own, I don't want to say development, it's its own reserve. It's not part of the original plat at all. It was land transferred from some of that ownership, but it was not part of Monument Hills.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing nothing else, thank you. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand and I'll acknowledge you. If you're in person, please step up. Hello?
Hi there.
Yes.
Mike Welch with Shoemaker and Holland. I'm representing Nelson Construction and Monument Hills.
Yep,
Sign in.
so this is a part of the development team, so we're not going to start the clock on you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you.
I wasn't aware you wanted to speak, but I should have offered it to you.
Oh, that's okay. Just wanted to make sure if anyone had any questions that you knew we were here to answer them, and but otherwise, I don't really have anything else to add other than what Danielle told you already. So.
Just a real quick question. If we approve this, and if Danielle, if I missed this in your presentation, I'm sorry, but do you have a rough timeline for when you think things would? Because I know that property had kind of started and then stopped, and now it'll start again. So just out of curiosity, what do you see as the timeline?
Yeah. So our next step, if you approve, would be to work with staff on site plan approval. And I think just given the time of year we're at, we would probably work on that through the winter with a spring start.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anyone like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. If you're in the room, please step forward. Seeing no one in person or online. Council, are you all inclined to vote with P&Z recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to give first consideration, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Sally.
All right, council discussion.
Honestly, I'm glad that it's taken back up. It was, well underway, and then it just stopped. And to have more choices for the senior citizens in our area is a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good location for that, too.
Mm-hmm.
Roll call, please.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Sala?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Wyline?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 10B, rezoning North Governor Street. Ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately 5.49 acres of property located between North Governor and North Dodge Streets from medium-density single-family residential zone, high-density single-family residential zone, medium-density multifamily residential zone, and multifamily residential zone to high-density single-family residential zone with a planned development overlay for approximately 0.17 acres and to medium-density multifamily residential zone with a planned development overlay for approximately 5.32 acres. And this is a motion to pass and adopt. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Burgess.
All right, moved by Mo, seconded by Burgess. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're present, please raise your virtual hand. All right, I see 2 present. And then if you're online, please raise your virtual hand, online, virtual. And then if you're in person, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Audrey Barrick from Iowa City. First, thank you to Mayor Teague and members of the City Council for your service and dedicated work. You have difficult jobs. I'd like to bring to your attention a critical factual inaccuracy contained in Eric Goer's memo dated March 27th, 2025. The memo states, "The OPD also ensures that the western portion of the subject property along North Dodge Street retains the transition from existing single-family homes to the south to the existing apartment buildings." This assertion is objectively incorrect. The fact remains that 900 North Dodge Street, currently zoned as single-family, is upzoned to multifamily RM20 in the current proposal. And the proposal, the rezoning would eliminate this transition that now exists. The memo's statement misleads and provides council members with inaccurate information on a matter of substantial public importance. While it is claimed there's no immediate plan to demolish 900 North Dodge Street, the rezoning does leave this wide open as a future possibility. 27 adjacent homeowners have signed protest petitions specifically opposing the inclusion of 900 North Dodge Street in the OPD. Elimination of the transitional zoning would be contrary to overwhelming public opposition and sets a troubling precedent. The inaccuracy has been brought to your attention previously in both letters and public comments. It is troubling that the information has received no response from councilors nor retraction by the city attorney. It matters very much that you know that you are fully aware and without doubt that voting yes today is a vote to eliminate the transitional zoning for the express purpose of increasing and then transferring unused density to achieve 84 units a block away in order to line the pockets of a developer who has no commitment to actually developing the land. A yes vote will serve to increase the purchase price only. It would be easy enough to take 900 North Dodge Street out of the OPD and preserve the transitional zoning, as with its twin on the northwest corner of the OPD, which remains as RS12. This would decrease the allowable units by just a few, perhaps take it down to about 78 units. What values are expressed by this non-transparent removal of the transitional zoning? Not adherence to the comprehensive plan, nor respect for resounding voices of the neighborhood. I urge you to not proceed with the vote tonight until this is resolved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Well, first I'll sign in.
Yes,
And then I'll
please
tell
do.
you.
Yes, yes. Welcome.
Okay, Sharon DeGraw, Iowa City. So this is about 911 North Governor Street rezoning. Dear Iowa City City Council members, thank you to the council members for the job you do as representatives of the people of Iowa City and as leaders of city government. The final vote for the rezoning of 911 North Governor Street will mean a lot to the owners of properties who signed protest petitions against the rezoning. The outcome of the court order of Tracy Barkelow's 2018 ruling does not say that Iowa City Council must vote in favor of rezoning the 5.49 acres to RM20. It only says that he be allowed to develop the R3B parcels. No owner-occupied resident in the neighborhood has advocated for the rezoning. Remember, 27 neighboring households within 200 feet signed the protest petition, nearly everyone eligible. That should be loud and clear and shouldn't require owners to hold meetings with you or show up in person at city council meetings. Listening to those most affected is not only good governance, it's essential for growth that is sustainable and just. Only by engaging with residents earnestly can the council ensure that progress does not come at the cost of displacement and disconnection. Multifamily housing that is less than RM20 is appropriate for the area to be rezoned. As a neighboring resident who has followed this issue, I ask that you vote down the rezoning tonight. If you must, please postpone the vote one more time so that any council member willing to listen can talk with residents in a more comfortable setting. None of them really want to come here, as do I, but I will. To understand that Iowa Cityans can be pro-development, yet have informed opinions against development that doesn't work. And here's a copy for the record.
Thank you. Could I get a motion to accept correspondence, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second.
Moved by Mo, seconded by Saleh. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion.
I would like to just ask our city attorney to respond to the information that was provided.
Certainly. So as was covered in the staff report from RS 12 to RM 20, however, as part of an OPD, that property that Ms. Barrick raised is presently a duplex. As part of the rezoning, it'll have to be converted to a single-family home going down in density. If that were to be demolished or before anything else could be built, it would have to be rezoned, which means it would have to come back before either this council or some subsequent council. And, you know, at that point, Ms. Barrick could complain about the property immediately to her north, and then it would be up to that council to decide whether it's an appropriate transition or not.
Thank you.
So one of the reasons that I wasn't sure if Mr. Marner was here. I'm not sure I see him in the audience. But one thing about this for me is that the developers had asked for a deferral, and they said specifically to try to bow tie some things that we had concerns about. And since then, I've looked and I haven't really seen kind of, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, that's the next item. That's the final item is what they were trying to tie up at the same time. That is approval of the final plat at the same time as the rezoning.
And
Okay.
I'm sorry?
but you can't do a replat until the zoning is done, and usually procedurally it would be done in a consent agenda, so it's just a highly irregular process. Is that correct?
It is unusual to handle it in this fashion.
That makes a lot of sense to me, because when I was reading through all this, it was very very confusing to me.
is.
So thank you.
It is confusing.
Thank you for clarifying that. And so for me, when it comes to this, like the amount of community members that are coming in and saying, you know, some concerns need to be addressed, and I would like to, in an informed manner, be able to go and read through that and meet with folks before making a vote on this. So I would ask that we defer, just so I can do my due diligence until the next meeting, if that's agreeable for everybody, because I wouldn't feel comfortable at this moment not having gone through, because of my own admitted ignorance when it comes to this, because this is highly irregular. That makes me feel better. But that's what I would say as of now.
I think we can defer it. We've been deferring it, and the more we defer it, it's good. Yeah.
I don't hear a motion yet on the floor.
I could make one. If I do this procedurally wrong, tell me.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, I would like to move to defer this for the next meeting, so I would feel more comfortable voting yes for this, after looking, wanting to make sure that I'm properly informed when it comes to this decision, because I've had many meetings with so many neighbors about this, and I don't want to not do due diligence by them, so I would like to do that, please.
I'll second the deferral.
Okay, motion moved to defer to August 19th by Councilor Wineline, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Salah. Discussion?
In honesty, we waited for an irregular kind of way to do that at the developer's behest, so I'm perfectly fine deferring it due to the neighbors and to council to become better informed, so.
Any other comments? Roll call, please.
Mo?
Yeah.
Sala?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Wyline?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
I think we already had that motion, Mayor.
We did that.
Well, that was a motion for,
Oh, for the additional, I'm
And then
sorry.
there was correspondence in the packet. so-
So move.
moved by
Saleh.
Saleh.
Second, Burgess?
All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We're on to item 10C, which is final plat, Scarlet Point subdivision, resolution approving final plat of Scarlet Point, a subdivision of lots 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, Bacon subdivision, and lots 49, 50, and 51 of subdivision of Southeast Quarter Section 3-T79N R6W, Iowa City, Iowa. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
This is supposed to defer it, right? Because.
Yes, if I mean, you can do the motion and then the second, and then it would be appropriate to have an additional motion to defer, given the last deferral.
Because it's on the agenda. Yes.
Right.
So can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Harmson.
Second, Mo.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion to defer.
Roll call. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Sala?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Wyline?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 11 is going to be our regular formal agenda. 11A is fiscal year 2025 CDBG Fair Meadows Sidewalk Improvements Project. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome.
Good evening, council and mayor.
Just close it out.
Let's close this. Okay, here we go. I'm here to give a brief presentation on the fiscal year 2025 CDBG Fair Meadows Sidewalk Improvement Project. The project is located at the north end of Fair Meadows Park. As you can see from the overall view of the city here on the left, it's in the southeast side of Iowa City. And in the zoomed-in view on the right, you can see Fair Meadows Park and Grantwood Elementary School right next to it. The project location is identified in orange, which represents the sidewalk improvements. This slide shows the existing conditions. Right now, there are no sidewalks around the Western Road cul-de-sac right here. There is no connection to the existing trail network in Fair Meadows Park, and what I mean by that is there's a wide sidewalk that goes along this parking lot in Fair Meadows Park and kind of leads over to this trail here to the amenities in the park, the playground and a splash pad and shelter and other stuff. Right now at Union Road, which is right here, the sidewalk just ends at the park. And at the south end of Union Road the street is in poor condition. Sediment is settling on the surface due to stormwater not draining properly. You can kind of even see that on the aerial photograph here. The proposed improvements include a 5-foot wide sidewalk that goes around the Western Road cul-de-sac. You can see the sidewalk is shown in orange here with a kind of a magenta outline. It also includes a 10-foot wide concrete trail that connects to this sidewalk that goes along the parking lot here, and that leads to the other amenities in the park. The project also includes a 10-foot wide concrete trail here that goes between Western Road and Union Road. There are ADA curb ramps on both sides of Union Road. There's a reconstruction, it's kind of shown by the diagonal orange lines of the south end of Union Road, including a new intake at the south end, and there's a new area intake north of the trail just to make sure there's no ponding. This project will meet several of the strategic plan objectives. One of those, of course, is mobility. The proposed accessible sidewalks and trails will increase the connectivity and walkability near Grantwood Elementary and Fair Meadows Park. An additional accessible route to Grantwood from Union Road through that 10-foot wide concrete trail that I mentioned. An accessible connection to the amenities in the park from the neighborhood, so that trail connection from the sidewalk that's along the cul-de-sac of Western Road will connect over to the sidewalk in the park and make that an accessible path to the neighborhood to the north. This project will also improve safety and well-being. The sidewalk along Western Road cul-de-sac will provide a safe place for kids to walk or wait outside the street while parents are picking up or dropping kids off. What I've heard is this is used a lot for pickup and drop-off for Grant Wood. This project will also impact the housing and neighborhood. The project utilizes community development block grant funds, CDBG funds. CDBG funds are designed to improve the quality of life for residents, particularly those with low to moderate income. The project is located in a CDBG eligible area. The estimated construction cost is $103,000. There's $100,000 available in CDBG funds for the project, so it should be covered by the CDBG funds, which are federal funds. So with approval tonight, we'll issue bid documents tomorrow on the 6th, have a bid opening August 26th, award the contract on the September 2nd council meeting. The contract has a specified start date of September 29th, and substantial completion is specified as November 14th before the contractor is penalized, so it should be completed before then. That includes everything except for final grass restoration, which is in the spring, and that's why there's a final completion date of May 15th. But there will be temporary seating in the substantial completion. So I guess with that, is there any questions?
So it seems like it's on both school property and city property. And there's a segment of the circle that's on the school district.
It's in right away.
It's in right of way. Is the city responsible for maintaining this entire new sidewalk network, or is it the school district?
Yes. Okay. Well, since it's in the park, the city will.
The park is the city.
Except for the sidewalk that's adjacent to the school. Let me go back to that. So I think this portion right here, so here's this property line right here for the school. So I think this portion right here from the schools will be the school's responsibility since they're the adjacent property owner.
And did the school coordinate the timing of it? It feels a little strange to be doing a sidewalk project right when school starts.
Yeah, so the CDBG funds are time sensitive, so we had to spend those. And so we did talk to the school about it, and their preference was to do it as soon as possible.
Get it done and deal with the mess?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, and I think they plan on replacing their driveway right here during that same time.
Okay.
When I talked to them.
Thanks.
Just on that same slide, looking at the route for the 10-foot wide trail, it looks like you're not going to be impacting those two larger trees. Is that correct?
That's
Those will
correct.
still stay in place?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I would just like to say that this park and this would have made it a lot easier for them. So I just, yeah, very cool to see.
Hearing no other questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Burgess.
Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes?
Wineline,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sala.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 11B, Iowa River Power Company, Iowa River Powerhouse Dam Repair Project. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the Iowa River Powerhouse Dam Repair Project. Establishing amount of bid, security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing, and welcome.
Hi, John with the Water Division. So I'll go through this presentation on the rehabilitation of the Iowa River Powerhouse Dam, also known as the Coralville Mill Dam. This is a photo I found on the Coralville Public Library site that I'm pretty sure is the correct dam, but it's hard to tell because it was undated. But the Powerhouse Dam is shown up there in red. It's over by the Iowa River Power Restaurant in the Peninsula Park, or Peninsula Wellfield, or the Thornberry Dog Park, lots of names. And it's not the Burlington Street Dam, which is further downstream. These low-head dams do form pools in our Iowa River, which are useful and necessary for our collector wells. So those collector wells collect alluvial aquifer water. Alluvial aquifer water just means the water that is recharged into the ground from the river. So we have these radial collector wells essentially have a large caisson and then screens that radiate out from them in that sandy outwash in this double oxbow configuration. So the head that is able to be maintained in those pools helps push that water into those aquifers so that we can draw that water into our wells. By using the alluvial aquifer, we get really good source water that has very low turbidity and dissolved organic carbon, which allows us to add fewer chemicals and improves the taste and odor of the city's water. So that is, at least for me, the main purpose of these dams. Some background, the original Powerhouse Dam was built as a timber crib dam, so that's a little schematic of what that is. It's essentially a bunch of large oak timbers that they fill with rock, and that helps impound the water above it, and then you get that head difference, which then drives a water wheel, which then they use for a grist mill. So I couldn't find all the exact dates for it, but at some point the timber crib was capped and filled to become the concrete dam we know today. And we also did a rehabilitation project during the construction of the water treatment facility because, again, a lot of the built infrastructure and the water plant Prairie Park depends on that upper pool level. It also has a pedestrian bridge over the top. As far as I can tell, the catwalk over the dam has existed since the 1910s. Thank you, Irvin Weber, for your video. I'm not sure when the pedestrian bridge was built, but it seemed to be around the 2008 era. So we've been inspecting this dam. We've done that twice now, and it has some defects that need to be rehabilitated so that it maintains its integrity. So those are essentially voids. So when it was originally filled and capped, there's still some voids underneath that need to be filled. So that's kind of like a pumped mortar that needs to go into the dam to fill it in. Shallow spalling, and it's basically potholes on the dam that need to be patched over, and then just general repair and removal of debris. So some of the bridge abutments and whatnot do have some spalling or erosion on the side, so you can kind of see all those little colored circles on there indicate different defects found by the dive inspection that will be part of the rehabilitation effort. So the scope is to make these repairs and rehabilitation, no changes to the existing structure that would impact any flood levels. It's just a straight repair of what's existing. There's a couple ways that the contractor can access the area, either through the Peninsula neighborhood, or we've discussed with the city of Coralville using some of the land up to the north so that they could launch a barge and then anchor that out of the area. During the project, obviously, if there's any high flows expected from the Coralville Dam, we'll have to make sure that the contractor vacates the area, removes anything that could be washed away. And there will be some intermittent impacts to the pedestrian traffic during the work, but there won't be any like long-term closure of the bridge or the trail system. So the anticipated schedule, we have a couple windows since we're getting late in the year. We're not exactly sure what is on the plate of the individuals or contractors that do this work because it's kind of niche. So a lot of times they're all over the country and you kind of have to get just budgeted in when you can. So we have a couple construction windows. But once they start work, we want the work to be complete within 90 days. Our estimated construction cost is $675,000. And Aline and I are your contacts. Any questions?
Just wanted to say thanks for the presentation. I know I was bugging Public Works for having discussion about why that dam is important, because the river is a passion of mine, and I would love for those dams to go away, but I understand that they're necessary for potable water for Iowa City. So, of course, be voting yes for that, but I also want to take the opportunity to tell my colleagues we do have on our strategic plan to do a riverfront master plan, and I know there's some work started on that, and I would love to do that more. So when we spend money, we know it's going to be something that serves the master plan. But I understand this is necessary for now. But thanks for the presentation. I really did appreciate that.
And comments should have been waited until our deliberations. Yes,
Thank
this is
you.
question time.
He's passionate. He's passionate.
My question was,
Yes. Yes.
who is?
Thank you. Any questions?
My question is, could Josh Moan be any more passionate about the river?
Yes, all right. Any other questions for John? Hearing none.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public want to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Hi, everyone. My name is Clara Reinen. I'm from Iowa City. I'm here for something later on the agenda, but I did not know that the dams were part of the reason that we have those aquifers that we can draw groundwater from. I too am not always the biggest fan of dams, but those aquifers and the fact that we draw groundwater and not just river water is part of the reason why our nitrate levels are much lower in Iowa City than we see in other parts of the state. Even the university's campus has much higher nitrate levels than Iowa City's because of our groundwater. So shout out to groundwater. And you learn something new every day. And so, yeah, fun groundwater, fun the dam.
Thank you. I'm going to have you sign in, please. Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Laramie Gibbons. I'm from Iowa City. I am a resident of the Peninsula neighborhood. I just wanted to speak to the pedestrian bridge. I had seen that we had concerns of an extended period of the bridge being out, as that is the main connection for much of the Peninsula neighborhood to anything such as grocery stores or employment or whatnot that is not either taking the bus or driving. I just wanted to speak to the concerns of the over summer. I do know that we have a decrease in the number of buses that we see an hour to that neighborhood. I was just hoping that we could think about reconsidering the decreases in the buses during the summers if this bridge project is being, or this dam project is being done, because we would see a loss of accessibility for those who do not drive. I know during the fall, we have that half-hour buses, but as we only have hourly buses in the summer, this would make it a lot more difficult for people who do not drive in this area to access things such as grocery stores, employment, or anything else that they may need. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll have you sign in right there, please. Thanks. Anyone else want to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. If you're in person, please step forward. Seeing no one else, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Harmson.
Second.
Moved by Harmson, seconded by Wyline. Council discussion?
Can we ask John what intermittent means for bridge closure? Anyone else?
We do that?
Intermittent means less than a day, so probably like a few hours here and there as they're moving material. So if they take the Peninsula neighborhood route, they might need to drive trucks up to their staging area on the trail, but we have provisions in the plan set to make sure that there's still a way for pedestrians to get around. Essentially, we said even if you do try to close the trail, people are just going to go around you, so we need to accommodate that. So.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Council discussion continues. Hearing nothing. Roll call, please.
Wyline?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Sala?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Item 11C, sale of eastern half of Outlet C, Industrial Campus, resolution authorizing conveyance of eastern approximate one half of Outlet C in Iowa City Industrial Campus. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. So for approximately 15 years, the city has owned and marketed industrial property on the southeast side of Iowa City. It's the 420th Street corridor. We bought that property, and then we subsequently invested in roadways, utilities, and railroad infrastructure. And the whole attempt was to bolster our industrial sector and both preserve and add employment opportunities and ultimately increase the tax base for the benefit of the entire community. We have approximately 40 acres remaining for sale, and the agreement before you is for half of that amount, approximately 20 acres. The sale is proposed to PJP Holdings, which is a company out of Ohio, and they propose to build a rail-served facility that will operate in the packaging industry. They will serve both local and regional customers out of that site. The sale price is dependent on the final platting process, which still has to take place, but assuming 20 acres at $1.25 per square foot, we're looking at just over $1 million for a sale price. Happy to answer any questions.
Hearing none. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. In person, please step forward. Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Alter.
Second, Mo.
Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sala,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We are on to item number 11D, sale of lot of domestic violence intervention program, DVIP. Resolution authorizing conveyance of lot 10, Leiterman subdivision, part 8, located on Kenneth Street. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm here today to present the sale of city-owned land to Domestic Violence Intervention Program, DVIP, for the development of supportive housing for individuals and families fleeing domestic violence. This is a project that is going to happen because of Home ARP funds, and if you remember, Home ARP is the funds that it's intended to those experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness or fleeing domestic violence. This project aligns with the city goals with the city's broader commitment to equitable and inclusive housing using innovative partnerships. We bought this land back in 2018. If you remember, we looked at the former land banking guidelines that we had that considered things like, is the land in line with the comprehensive plan? Is it zoned appropriately? Is it close to transit? Does it have neighborhood amenities like parks, schools, commercial centers? Is it served by utilities? Is it not in the floodplain? And basically, is it free of environmental contamination? It's not blighted and it's suitable for housing. This land met all those criteria. By transferring this property, the city is leveraging public asset to support deeply needed housing with building services. We will partner with DVIP. They have deep experience in serving survivors of domestic violence. They'll provide case management, trauma-informed care, and long-term support for residents. We're recommending that the city proceed with the sale of the property. Earlier, when we received the purchase agreement, we approved a resolution of support that we enter agreement with DVIP for $270,000 for the cost of the land. We will put a mortgage upon sale. When we close, we'll put a mortgage for the lifetime of that compliance period. This action is consistent with the council direction to use city resources strategically to expand supportive, affordable housing options. And I wanted to take a look at the timeline. You know, often affordable housing development is complex. It takes time, it takes patience. You have to wait for the right opportunity for the right time. Development must be sustainable, and typically it involves many funding programs and partners in order to reduce the debt so that you can offer a lower rent and you can maintain the property successfully. So back in 2017, you created the Affordable Housing Fund, and one of those items that set aside was a land banking, kind of like what we call opportunity funds today. We purchased Lot 10 in the Lindeman subdivision. It's one lot, and it can accommodate 6 townhome type development. We did a resolution of support. The state came out with a Home ARP application. We've already allocated our Home ARP funds that we got directly through the HUD, but these are the funds coming through state, and they opened up a funding round. We worked with DVIP. They applied. We approved that resolution of support for the DVIP application to IFA back in 2024. And then in July of 2025, DVIP was successful and they signed an agreement with IFA for the funds for over $2.4 million. So if the land is sold, if you guys agree tonight, we will sell the land to DVIP. They will proceed with construction. They're supposed to have it constructed by April of 2026, and we expect full lease up by 2027. I mean, that's 10 years from the time that you set this money aside. And you notice there's a big difference between 2018 and 2024. This was a third project we considered. Sometimes projects just don't proceed. The original intent when we purchased this land was a scattered site policy for LIHTC, Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Development, to work with a LIHTC developer. That did not pan out. So the next one we work with Better Together on a 3D affordable housing printing pilot project. That did not proceed. And then the state issued this opportunity with Home Art Funds. And so that's what brings us here today. So I have pictures of the elevations. DVIP is working with Horizon Architecture, and Christy's here just to tell you about the property and the services that they'll provide.
Welcome.
Hi there. I'm Christy. That's right, okay. And the floor plan. Got it. So, we are really excited to be here. I'm Christy Fort Mendoza. I'm with the Domestic Violence Intervention Program and Rape Victim Advocacy Program. And this has been a project that's been a little bit of time in the planning and getting going, but we're truly excited to move forward with it. And hope that this vote and collaboration with the City of Iowa City will create 6 townhomes that will assist low-income families who are victims of domestic violence and have recently sought emergency shelter or services and are eligible for low-income housing support. And we are really, really lucky in the grant that we received, that not only is it 1.7+ million for the construction itself, that we also have a significant amount of funding that's been set aside for 6 years of services. And so that gives us a chance. It covers the cost of services and the cost of the running of that program for the first 6 years, and allows us to build the background and the backup funds to maintain that project over time and move it forward in a positive way. Some of you have heard us talk that you know that this is part of a larger plan for us that included the building of our new shelter that opened up in November. It includes this project for families, but we also have a plan in the future for apartments for single individuals who are also in the same boat. So this is phase 2, and we truly appreciate your partnership with the City of Iowa City. I have with me 2 of our board members, Mike Nolan with Horizons. Is there anything that you want to add before I jump?
I'll just be here to answer questions.
All right. And I've also got Jerry Falla over here, who's also on our board. They have been, I just want to say thank you to them and our other building committee members who have really been a force of support in all of this change and development in support of victims of domestic violence and sexual violence. Happy to hear any questions.
I'd like to learn more about the feasibility of moving from concept to operation in April 2026. And I guess some of that's kind of your business, but also because it's ARP funds, I also understand that there are very rigid strings attached, and wanted to know what the exposure for both you and the city are if you can't meet that deadline.
Yeah, I'd be happy to address that, and thank you for the question. So, as you well noted, that's a pretty tight timeline.
And winter.
Christy came to us and said, can we get this done? I say, absolutely we can. We're actually have leaned forward a little bit, so we're starting with a model that we built previously, and we're going to be adapting it to the site. We've got our team put together, and we're already looking at the site and getting ready to go. Our timeline from this point forward is we'll go to the board, get official approval to proceed next week, end of bidding, and then looking about 30 days pre-construction period with going in for foundations in November. Given the models are built to be fairly straightforward, fairly easy to build, so we look at about a 5 to 6 month construction period with that. So we're looking at probably end of April for a final closeout on it. But yeah, we've been thinking about that very carefully, and doesn't keep me up at night all the time, but I think we have an actionable plan forward.
What are the risks if you can't meet the deadline? Are there, I mean, is it just an ambitious goal, or is the state clawback funds?
No, at this point.
Will you please?
Yeah,
Yes,
go ahead.
thank you.
At this point, what we've learned from IFA is that they do have some flexibility for post the deadline of having all funds spent down. The April 26th deadline that we've set for ourselves is actually before the deadline that we have with the state of Iowa. And so we have some flexibility coming into it. We've been told we can have up to an additional year.
Okay.
And I'll just put in that we are working on another similar, a little bit larger project with state funding, and we're in the same spot where just with COVID delays and some of the funding delays, they were able to get that extension. That was not a big deal. So IFA's been very good to work with in that respect.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, and I apologize if you mentioned it, but will there be, are there going to be continued supportive services for the survivors who are in housing now?
Yes, and so the goal of the services is to continue that throughout the entire time that they are living in that residence. We are not putting a time limit. One of the requirements under the Home ARP funding and contract is that as long as they're eligible fiscally, they can stay in those townhomes as long as they want. That is something that is designed to be able to create that foundation to help that family move forward. And so throughout the entire time that they're there, they will receive case management support, assistance with job placement, education, resources for children, all of those items.
Yeah, that was my question too, but it's not considered transition, so they will be there as long as they want, which is amazing.
Yep.
My other question is this like also gonna be like income-based kind of things, like you charge them any rent, based on income, like
Yeah.
30% or something like that?
Yeah, it will be 25 or 30%. That's something that we're still kind of working through the numbers on what's the lowest that we can have it at, because our
Sure.
goal is that this is an opportunity for a launching forward, and that you can't have that unless you have a specific amount of time that supports it, so.
Sound amazing. Thank you for doing that.
You bet. It's not our first time running a transitional housing program. We had a partnership with the federal government. You can only have it for a certain amount of time, and we had it for the full 6 years. And there were some limitations that I'm excited we won't have with this project.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Hearing no other comment or questions, anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. See no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Alter.
Second, Mo.
All right, council discussion. Seemed like a great opportunity for our community and for a property that we've had for a long time.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Roll call, please.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sala,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 11E, Civil Service Commission, ordinance amending Title I entitled Administration to establish the Civil Service Commission. This is the second consideration, and staff is requesting expedited action. And who's going to read that? All right, great.
I have it.
It's the first one, right, Kelly?
It says wait a
ready.
second. Yeah, it should be.
I move
Oh, sorry.
that the rule requiring that ordinances must be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended, that the second consideration and vote be waived, and that the ordinance be voted on for final passage at this time.
Moved by Wyline,
Second?
seconded by Sala. And anyone from the public like to address this topic? Welcome.
Hi, I'm Dr. Emma Denny. You've seen me here a number of times. I would like to stress to this council and to the city the gravity of SF 311, which is the bill that's forcing you to do this. I think everyone in here understands the issue of having fewer checks on police power and fewer ways of the city to meaningfully have a say over how it is policed and how violence is done in our city. It shouldn't be done at all. But the fact that we can't even have a community board that lets us oversee these things in this state is insulting and demeaning to every citizen of Iowa and every citizen of Iowa City. I understand the legal requirement from the state to have this in place. But I would like to impress onto this board that the city needs a solution to this problem. And I would like to see action in this area in the future in regards to just what oversight we can have over people who we give the power to kill in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online. Council discussion.
I would just like to say that during our work session, right before the formal meeting, we had a lot of conversation about just that. So I think moving forward, there's going to be lots of opportunities to have exactly the discussions about, you know, what creative things we can do to replace what the state it tries to take away from us.
Roll call, please.
Harmson.
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Sala.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes.
Wyline.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Can I get a motion to pass and adopt?
So moved, Mo.
Second.
Moved by Mo, seconded by Alter. Roll call, please.
Mo.
Yes.
Sala.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes.
Wyline.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 11F, electric and gas franchise fees. Ordinance amending Title 12, Chapter 5, franchise fees to repeal the 1% franchise fee and enact a 2% franchise fee on the gross revenue derived from the distribution, delivery, and retail sale of electricity and natural gas by franchisees, including Mid-American Energy Company or other natural gas providers utilizing the distribution system of Mid-American, to customers within the current or future corporate limits of the city of Iowa City, and to describe the purpose of the revenue collected. Could I get a motion to pass and adopt?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Harmson.
Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Sala.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes?
Wyline.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 11G, we know that Mayor Pro Tem Sala is going to recuse herself on this item. (11G) Affordable Housing Contribution to the Housing Trust Fund of Johnson County. Resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Housing Trust Fund of Johnson County for the contribution and use of $650,000 for affordable housing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second.
Moved by Mo, seconded by Wyline. All right, welcome.
That was going to be so easy. You're just going to pass it right there. As you know, we have every year, we look at the distribution formula from the Affordable Housing Fund, and we have allocated the Housing Trust Fund funds every year. Back in June, we altered that distribution formula, and so you approved $650,000 to the Housing Trust Fund. We no longer have a set aside for LIHTC, the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit. So don't get me wrong, LIHTC projects can apply at any time, but they'll have a $650,000 set aside. We'll offer that funds, and then they'll incorporate that into their quarterly funding round. We up them admin. They'll get 8% as admin costs, so that goes, I think it increases our admin funds by $4,000, but it'll be $52,000 that they can reserve out of that $650,000 for admin funds. So this is just the resolution so that we can enter agreement and issue the check.
All right. Any questions? Hearing none. Thank you. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, raise your virtual hand. Say no one online or in person. Council discussion. call, please.
Teague,
Yes?
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 11H, local option sales and service tax. Resolution submitting the question of the imposition of local sales and service tax to the qualified electors of the city of Iowa City. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Harmson.
Second, Mo.
All right. And we'll just go straight to the public. If there's anyone from the public that would like to address this topic. If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. See no one in person or online. Council discussion.
I know that I already had a couple discussions with some counselors, but there was some a very small thing when it comes to the language, but could be small, but could be significant, to make sure that we don't accidentally, while we have some specific language included, we don't accidentally exclude permanent housing supports with transitional. So I think that changing it to the 25% shall be used to preserve existing affordable housing stock, increase shelter and transitional / permanent housing supports. That is something that I would like to see added to the agenda, or added to the language, just that one word.
Can I offer a wordsmithing? I agree. Just shelter, comma, transitional, comma, and permanent
Yes.
housing, rather than slash. That's all.
Rather than slash.
It's just a tiny, I'm like, I can go more nitpicky.
You're
No,
the
I think
literature
that's-
scholar, I don't know.
I think that's fantastic.
I think that makes sense, yeah.
All right, friends, if we're wordsmithing, I do have one request then. Just the words, well, okay, it says shall otherwise be, and then it says 25% shall be, shall be, shall be. Can we just take the shall be out from behind the percentages so that it would just read the specific purposes for which the revenues shall otherwise be expended? The otherwise is because the other 50% has to be for property tax relief. Then it would say 25% to preserve existing, 10% for maintenance and construction, 15% for community partnerships. It's just a suggestion to make it a little shorter and clearer.
I can support
Yeah,
that.
no problem with that.
Yeah.
All right, so we will be.
Do we need that in the form of?
Yeah, with those
Should-
amendments.
Yes, since we've got a resolution that's been put out to the public and so forth, we would want a motion to amend for each of those two changes that you've proposed.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to, in the manner that Counselor Alter described, add the word permanent after transitional into housing supports.
I'll
Oxford,
ask, yeah.
comma, Oxford, comma.
Could you read how you would like it to read, again, just so we're 100% crystal clear?
Okay.
In whether that's Counselor Alter or Wineline is.
You can do it.
Let me get to the right page here. So 25% to preserve existing affordable housing stock, comma, increase shelter, comma, transitional, comma, and permanent housing supports, comma, and that's the change.
And
You already made
need
the
to do them
amendment on the
separately.
first
Yeah,
part?
it might be prudent to just do those separately.
Okay.
Okay, so I made the motion. Do I
You
have a
did.
second?
I will second it.
Okay.
All
Did
right.
we have a second? I'm sorry, I missed
I
it.
second.
Okay, thank
so
you.
moved by Wyline, seconded by Alter.
Teamwork.
And because this is, we'll have to do a voice vote on this.
A voice vote, since it's a motion, would be fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
So all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Now we have.
I would move to amend, I believe we already took out the shall be in the first one. So in the second paragraph, it should read 10% for maintenance and construction, et cetera. And the third paragraph, 15% for community partnerships, et cetera.
And just for sake of clarity again, just state the 25%.
25% to preserve existing affordable housing stock.
Moved by Burgess,
Second.
seconded by Mo. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Now, we're going to go back to that original motion where we're going to do a
Roll call vote.
resolution as
Oh,
amended.
as amended, yeah. Are you ready for a roll call vote at this point?
No, because
Okay.
we have to have the,
Discussion.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So any other discussion on this?
Like council discussion now?
Council discussion.
Yeah, like I'm really not in favor of this, but it seems like everybody want to do it anyway. My vote is not going to be, but I just really want to state for the record, I think this is really going to affect the most vulnerable people in the community if we add a sale tax. Also property. That's absolutely is not something that I wanted. But since we're going to do it, we're going to do it anyway. My vote is not going to change anything. That's why I'm glad that we work together to come up with this affordable housing and everything that good will come with it. Also, I want to just state for the record, I'm not for the sunset. I want to have a sunset for it, and this doesn't have it. But, I'm going to vote yes because we did this collectively, so.
And Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for, thank you for, your authenticity and that you have been absolutely consistent to your values and the people that you care the most about. Without disagreeing at all, nor saying as a mitigating factor, but one of the reasons that I think that we're in place to be able to do more good with this is because as a community, we bring in more outside dollars every weekend through events, through games, through our entertainment, that I also believe, I would have to look it up now, but regionally within the municipalities, of which Iowa City, if this passes, we get a certain proportion of the municipalities' lost local option sales tax. It's not simply what is spent in Iowa City, with something like $55 million. So of course, this has to be spread across municipalities if it passes among them. Each is putting it on their own ballots. But Iowa City brings in so many outside dollars that I do believe that is going to help our community in ways that we're positioned that many other cities, we're one of 6, I believe, cities in Iowa that does not have a lost. And we will be able to benefit from outside dollars that will stay in our community. So that does not, that does not mitigate or negate at all what you are saying, Mayor Pro Tem, and I struggled mightily with the fact that there's a very regressive nature to this. And yet I also believe that the straits are such, we have been brought to this through a variety of political actions, that this is what we have to do in order to continue doing services, and I believe we will have money coming from outside the community that will benefit the community. So I just wanted to be clear about why it is that I'm moving forward with this, and also to say I completely respect and understand what you are saying. But I think that we're in one position different than some other communities in that we'll be able to bring in some dollars from outside the community to spend here.
I would just tag on briefly just to say, echoing everything that Councilor Arthur just said. And as we looked at how we're allocating the 50% that is not property tax relief, it was a huge focus on individuals in a way. Yes, it's very clear that any housing is going to really be about individuals, but parks and trails, that's also about individuals. And of course, our social services priorities are also about individuals. So while this is a regressive tax, we're going to call it what it is, it does have large benefits for the most vulnerable in our community. And let's face it, funding is being reduced all around, And this is one way that we can really help to keep the services that we currently have, is the hope, as well as enhance opportunities for more services for those most in need. So I'll be supporting this tonight.
And piggybacking off of that, one of the things that I appreciate that we're doing is we're being specific about those three divisions of money. And what's great about that is if we put that, we're putting it on the ballot, voters vote on that on the ballot language, and then when that stays, like whether, as we come and go up here, that means future councils will be also spending it into those areas, and that actually, to me, is also a nice mitigating factor. We don't leave it up to chance for those discretionary funds that we have, and I really appreciate that, and I appreciate all the work that's been done by members of council, staff, community groups that have helped us get to that point where we can lock that in for perpetuity. So, and it can't be changed without the voters changing it. So,
One thing about it is, clearly agree with everything that Mayor Pro Tem was saying in the terms of you can't fix poverty by taxing poverty, which is a lot of what local option sales tax is. And one aspect of this is, it's definitely, a question that I think should be made democratically, which is why I'm very happy that it can go up for a vote, in that we were able to, because we have a cooler council, we were able to make it something that is goes specifically to help those who it affects the most. And so I'm very happy with y'all's work and contribution and staff's work into making this something that we can be proud of. And I will say, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that Coralville now has an affordable housing aspect in their lost language. Is that correct? So I think we should take a little bit of credit for that. So I'm just saying that, I'm just very happy with the direction we're going. Yeah, thank you.
I'll just say thanks. I'm sorry, I just want to say thanks to all the people who worked on this in the background. I know we had a lot of conversations, but I know there were many not-for-profits, Affordable Housing Coalition, as well as Greater Iowa City, who worked really hard, and everybody was advocating for their pieces. And maybe there was some elbow throwing, but I think we're all like, this is good. We kind of got to a point where I think we're going to do the most good with this thing that no one is super excited about.
Well said.
And lastly, I just want to give a shout out to Greater Iowa City, Inc. for all of the hard work that they did to present this to our communities. So thanks to them.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Sala?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. We're on to item 11I, assessment schedule, resolution adopting an assessment schedule of unpaid mowing, cleanup of property, snow removal, sidewalk repair, and stop box repair charges, and directing the city clerk to certify the same to the county treasurer for collection in the same manner as property taxes. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Alter.
Second, Mo.
All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person, are you online? Please raise your virtual hand if you would like to address this topic. Seeing no one online, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Sala?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Wyline?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 11J, Gaza resolution. Resolution calling for the city of Iowa City to boycott the investment of any and all public monies from entities complicit in the current and ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza, including all entities assisting Israel in the oppression of the Palestinian people. This was a council-initiated resolution, and could I get a motion to approve? And it was 3 councilors that did this. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So move.
Moved by Sala,
Second.
seconded by Wyline. And Councilor Wyline, would you like to lead this discussion?
Yes, so I think I should just start by reading the resolution.
We don't have
Is
public
public
comment on
input
this?
first?
Yes. No, there is public comment. So This is just to introduce the item to the community, or just to talk about the item, but we can certainly go forth with public comment if that's what people.
They want to.
Should we read the resolution first, or let
It's 4
them?
pages,
I'm not sure what the procedure is with that.
Yes.
Was-
I
was it
think.
different?
Typically, staff would present an overview. Because staff wasn't involved in the preparation of this, I think it'd be appropriate for council to present an overview and then welcome public comment.
Okay.
Okay.
And we typically don't read it. One of the challenges is I just learned here, 20 minutes ago that this item was only released to the council and not to the public. So no one beyond the council has seen this
Mayor,
resolution.
it was in the, it was in the late handouts yesterday.
It was a late supplement.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It was.
All right,
It was a
great.
supplement
All right,
on the
great.
agenda.
Just yesterday.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
okay.
But it has been
Great.
24 hours.
I think we got
Okay.
it about the
Yeah.
same
Great.
time
All
as
right.
everybody else.
So Councilor
But just
Wyline, you can certainly
text
speak
of
to
how
it.
this came
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So this resolution came about by community members reaching out to both myself, other counselors, bringing about what the city has already addressed when it comes to the genocide of the Palestinian people. And first thing that we did as a council was pass the ceasefire resolution. And so this was seen as a community discussion regarding a continuation of the spirit of the ceasefire resolution, considering as how things have gotten worse, considering about how this differs from other conflict because it is something that the United States is specifically engaged in, and we have more power in terms of what we can do here than with other conflicts. So lots of Palestinian residents, other folks, people of all walks of life were involved in these discussions, taking place over the summer, over 3 months, 2.5 months, including myself, Mayor Teague, Mayor Pro Tem, and individual discussions with other counselors. So I'll go ahead and read the resolution if that's appropriate, Mayor Teague.
You certainly can, if that's what you desire. I don't know that it's not something that we typically do.
Okay.
Because I do understand now. Sorry I read something that contradicted what I thought happened. It was in the handout yesterday, so I do not believe that it needs to be read.
Okay.
But, yeah. All right, so are we ready for public comment?
Well,
For-
you want to read it?
Yeah. I think we'll go to public
We'll go to
discussion.
public comment,
Yeah. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? I want to see a show of hands of people in person as well as those that are online, please, of those that want to speak. I cannot see out in the hall, so if someone can just give me a number of how many people are in the hall, please. I see 2 hands online.
Three,
I love this.
11, 12,
Do I count 17 in,
18, I think.
so 18 in person,
19 here.
19 inside. And how many out, is that including outside? No.
Yes, I'll go to the outside.
So 19 and plus 2. So we're at 21. We're going to go down to 2 minutes. And we're going to ask that if someone comes up and say what you wanted to say, certainly you are welcome to continue to say whatever you want to say. But we also invite you to just say just what they said I agree with. Because we do want to hear from everyone, but we also acknowledge that timing may be.
So suggest something also? Yeah, I also would suggest that if somebody really, you want to give somebody more than 2 minutes, if one of the 19 can say, I will give my time to that person, so you can do 4 minutes instead of 2 minutes, right? But the
Right.
person have to be in person, one of the 19, the people who said we're going to be speaking, right?
Right, it has to be for a person who's present, and any one speaker can receive the time from any one person.
Just one person, yeah.
Yes.
And you can do that.
We do welcome all voices at this time that have raised their hand to speak. Please step up, and there is a sign-in sheet in the back, and I will strongly suggest that we get that sign-in sheet at the podium here, but it would be very helpful if people use the back to get the little stickers, and then you can drop it in the basket. I'm going to ask everybody to give 3 minutes. I'm sorry, to limit your comments to 2 minutes. And many of you may not be familiar with this portion of the council meeting. Council cannot engage in discussion or debate until the appropriate time for council discussion. However, over the commenter, when the commenter has the podium, council may ask staff to respond to a concern or a question posed by the public, or to follow with the speaker. But council will not be deliberating at this time with any individual speaker. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
My name is Yasser Abudaga. I'm from Corval, and I'm originally from Gaza. I'm here to urge you to vote for the divestment resolution in front of you. Since the beginning of the genocidal war, more than 100 people of my extended family have been killed directly by bombs that we pay for by our tax money, not including those who died from hunger, from diseases. Just last week, my wife's 65-year-old aunt and her 6-year-old grandson, Muhammad, were bombed into pieces while they were sleeping in the tent, which they were forced in because their home were destroyed. Every Palestinian is suffering at the hand of the Israeli apartheid regime way before October 7. To describe the current situation in Gaza, I'm going to read a testimony from a decorated U.S. Army officer who worked at the so-called humanitarian aid centers in Gaza they are running by the Israeli occupation forces, which human rights groups are calling death traps. American soldier Anthony Aguilar said about a boy 10 years old, Amir. Amir is a frail child, barefooted, walked 12 kilometers under the sun to reach the distribution point. He only received a handful of rice and lentil then he thanks me, and then he turned around to walk back home, only to be killed by the Israeli soldiers with 40 other people that they were receiving aid. We need to do all what we can to make sure that the rest of the Palestinian children, they don't face the death of Muhammad and Amir. Collectively, we can change the facts on the ground, and we can do it the same way that we did in apartheid South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to go online to our first speaker. So we'll go online now. Welcome. Welcome. Yes.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hi.
Please state your name and city you're from, please.
My name is Vijay Chanamnachi. I'm from Iowa City. And I'm here today to support immediate boycott companies that utilize the genocide of Palestinians. More specifically, I'm here to dispel any notion that such measures as boycott are an unstrategic risk to take when it comes to protecting our Palestinian brothers and sisters. I'm sure many of the councilors support this measure within their hearts and have been asking themselves, as they should, what the consequences might be in a political climate that seeks to normalize efforts in genocide. Well, yesterday, August 4th, the Trump administration showed their hand and threatened to withhold FEMA disaster funding from cities that boycott Israeli companies. This blatant attempt to intimidate and bully cities into complicity in genocide was not only cowardly, it was also unconstitutional, and should demonstrate to the council that there is nothing to fear from exercising the discretionary over the budget that has been proposed. In fact, the Trump administration has already reversed course on these threats. They have been forced to rescind similar funding freezes as they violate the 1974 Impoundment Control Act, and generally lack the power to condition disaster relief to Congress. Even Congress cannot condition funding in the way that the Trump administration has threatened. So fear of losing funding is not a reason. Add to this the fact that boycotts are constitutionally protected free speech, and it should be clear that the intent of this administration is to make dissenters to Israel's genocide in Gaza afraid to take action. I ask the Council to consider the risk of not voting for this resolution in a climate that seeks to normalize apartheid genocide. A vote against this resolution, or even a vote to delay, is a vote to enact a hostile administration's policies for them, because they do not have power nor the support to prevent people from demanding accountability through institutions such as this city. I'm asking us to break from this culture of fear by affirming the reality of what we see with our own eyes and the humanity of our Palestinian neighbors.
The
Please vote to
2
approve this.
minutes are up. Thank you, Uchechi. Yes, all right. Welcome.
My name is Nouman Abu Isa, and we've been here for 2 hours. 2 children has been killed on average in the last 2 hours by our tax money. Since we voted on January 2nd, 7 months ago, and we voted for a resolution for ceasefire and for humanitarian aid, 5,000 more children died since then till now, and more people are dying today because of starvation. We vote that resolution. There was a humanitarian aid, and I want to thank the council members who voted for that humanitarian aid and ceasefire. And now we have it's 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock almost in the morning in Gaza, and many of the children are sleeping while hungry. They don't have enough food. They are bones and skin, and you can see their pictures. This is going back only 6 months, but I also go back since 2016, where the state of Iowa passed an anti-BDS resolution. I lobbied our representatives not to vote for that resolution. And they said that if it is on the platform, they will not vote for it. I was on the platform committee, and we included that BDS sentences in the platform for the Democratic Party, and it is there if you go and watch it or see it. And initially, the Zionists were opposing to that. They stopped opposing it because every time they oppose it, it opens the discussion, and people get more aware of what's going on. And they stopped opposing it in the last few cycles. So I urge our council members, our representatives, to stop investing and boycott all those companies who are causing the children to die, the women to die in Gaza. If we don't do it now, there will be more people dying in the future. And I really waiting for your vote and hope that it will be yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to go online to Logan, and respectfully, I'm going to ask people to hold their applause. Logan, welcome.
Hello, Bruce. I'm just going to keep it very short. I just feel like that involvement or any possible future involvement with Israel and companies that fund the IDF just doesn't seem to go with the attitudes of our community or what we stand for or represent, and that I just want peace, and I want us to be on the side of peace, and that's all I'm really going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Hello, my name is Misha Dubouf-Misyuk, and I'm from Iowa City. I'm here before today to urge you to vote in favor of this boycott resolution. I am an Iowa City Jewish person who lives here, and a value I hold close to my heart is Pekuah Nefesh. It's a principle in Judaism that states that saving a life is more important than any other commandment we're told to follow. Every life is a universe. We all have seen thousands of universes crumble before us these past 2 weeks, 2 years. It is vital that we do all we can as fellow human beings to end Israel's genocide of Palestinians. We cannot wait to act when just this Sunday alone, Israel killed 92 Palestinians in Gaza. Every day that we wait to act is another day of death and destruction. This resolution needs to be passed today so that we can commit to our city's stated values of social, racial, and environmental justice. If this resolution fails to pass or gets delayed, then the message that you are sending to your constituents is that these values are conditional. Judaism to me is inseparable from collective justice. It is the beating in my chest that implores me to fight for a world we all know is possible, a world in which all of us are free. That world is closer now than ever. More and more people, both within and outside the Jewish community, are waking up to the fact that what's happening in Palestine is a genocide. The needle is shifting, and it's imperative that we join the wave of other cities who have passed similar legislation around the country. To quote Holocaust survivor and writer Elie Wiesel, we must always take a side. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, and never the tormented. So please, help us take the stand as a city and pass this boycott resolution. Be on the side of the oppressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Hi, I'm Ezra Wright. I'm a resident of Iowa City. I'm here to support this resolution, boycotting entities complicit in genocide in Gaza. I'm Jewish. I've lived here for nearly 6 years. I'm a writer. When I first moved to Iowa City, I didn't know what to expect, and I was completely delighted to find myself in a UNESCO City of Literature. I saw the recent news that the Trump administration has withdrawn the United States from UNESCO, citing the agency's recognition of Palestine and condemnation of Israeli atrocities in the Gaza Strip. The city of Iowa City remains a UNESCO City of Literature despite this repulsive decision. According to the City of Literature Executive Director, a city needs to be part of a country that is a member of UNESCO for it to be designated, but then once you have the designation, that relationship is between the city and UNESCO. So what does Iowa City need to do to strengthen and maintain that relationship, that tie to the international literary community? It needs to align itself with the United Nations, not with Donald Trump. UNESCO has issued statements calling for the protection of Palestinian heritage sites, educational institutions, and journalists. Throughout Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza, 110 official UNESCO heritage sites have been destroyed. Israel has attacked over 90% of Gaza's schools and murdered over 200 journalists. In November of last year, the United Nations found Israel's warfare methods in Gaza consistent with genocide, including the use of starvation as a weapon of war. In September 2024, even before this finding, the UN called on all member states to enact an arms embargo and sanctions against Israel. UN experts have called for boycott measures for all institutions to cut off trade and financial ties with Israel, withdrawing international support for what they term an economy of genocide. Iowa City's UNESCO status is a point of pride for this community. It represents more than literary aspirations. It represents a commitment to justice and equality the world over. If we are to remain worthy of this designation, even as the Trump administration sets fire to the bridges connecting us with the rest of humanity, then we have to demonstrate our principles tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to ask everyone to sign in because we need the correct spelling for public record. And again, you won't lose your place in line if you go back there and get a sticker, and then you can just throw it in the basket. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Clara Reinen. I live in Iowa City and am on the coordinating committee for the Campaign to Organize Graduate Students, UE Local 896. I am here tonight to urge you to vote yes on this resolution. Boycotts are embedded in the fiber of the United States. The first boycott was done by the First Continental Congress in 1774 to enact an embargo on trade with Great Britain. Voting with our dollar is one of our foundational American ideals. Genocide is also a part of America's history. In 1887, during the census, there were 2,450 members of the Crow Nation being forced to live on a reservation in Montana. Due to neglect from the United States government and colonialization, a third of that population was dead by the 1890s, less than 3 years. It is our duty to right these wrongs and to do what we can to start making reparations. By voting yes to this resolution, you are affirming that Iowa City is voting on the right side of history. You will be voting to not invest in companies complicit in genocide. It is my sincere hope that this is the first step in working to make sure our resources are being used ethically and can eventually expand to purchasing, and in particular, cutting ties with the company Caterpillar and Motorola. I understand that you are scared of blowback from the state and federal government. Boycotts aren't popular with people in positions of power precisely because they affect the bottom line, and we live in a capitalist country, after all. So this is the time to choose whether you will align yourself with Trump's administration and Kim Reynolds' administration, or if you will stick with your constituents and stick with the people in front of you tonight and vote yes on this resolution. After all, If fear of the state government is what keeps you from acting, then what's even the point of local government in the first place? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Hi, Dr. Amadeni, Iowa City. I am here to urge you, along with so many other residents of Iowa City and constituents of yours, to pass this resolution and stand up against the genocide in Gaza and stand up against a violent and oppressive Israeli regime. That should be enough of a reason to pass this on its own. If you need another, this regime is conducting untold violence daily on Palestinian people, is tied intrinsically to the regime here in America that is conducting untold violence on immigrants, on unhoused people, on everyone in this country. The IDF training that happens in this country and the IDF is used as a testing bed for surveillance technology and other technology that comes into this country to oppress people. That should be enough of a reason. If you need another, this is a regime that is systematically killing and targeting queer and trans people, explicitly in a targeted bombing in Iran that killed 100 trans dissidents. This is the same fight for justice. This is the same fight for equality and oppression and self-determination. Please vote yes for this resolution. It's what your constituents want, and it's the right goddamn thing to do.
Thank you. Welcome.
Monty, Iowa City. Vote yes. It's the right thing to do. I see my time.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
I'm Mona O'Day.
I ceded my time to the next speaker. Yeah,
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's still running, and then she'll get 2 minutes.
My name is Mona O'Day from North Liberty, Iowa, Palestinian from the West Bank. And there's much to say, or rather at this point to scream out. Though really, how much more can anyone say? How much more evidence do our eyeballs need? For how much longer do we allow our ears to be deceived by lies? Even though our eyes bear witness to my people's genocide, bearing witness since October 2023. But a Palestinian's eyes and ears have borne witness to their serial mass murder and land theft since the Nakba of 1948. So must I stand here and still explain what the Nakba is? The compilation of the following words have remained in a Palestinian's heart in the past, in the present, and I hope, by God, not in the future, just no more in the future. A poem by a Palestinian. I wish children didn't die. I wish they would be temporarily elevated to the skies until the war ends. Then they would return home safe, and when their parents would ask them, "Where were you?" they would say, "We were playing in the clouds." I will read a statement by the same Palestinian. I will keep fighting to regain the homeland because it is my only right, past and future. Because I have a tree, a cloud, a shadow, a burning sun, clouds that rain lushly, and roots deep that resist the uprooting. This Palestinian, his name is Ghassan Kanfani. He was born on April 9th, 1936 in Akka, Acre Subdistrict, Mandatory Palestine. He was assassinated by Israel July 8th, 1972, Beirut, Lebanon. So these words remain. And I will finish with this statement. He says also, it is not important that a man dies before realizing his noble idea, but it is important that he finds himself a noble idea before he dies. Must I explain who Ghassan Kanfani is? By Allah, by God. Will there be a Palestine left to explain my people's history? who we are. At the speedy rate this genocide is going, I will say that at times the word extinction comes to mind, but it cannot be, right?
Thank you. Welcome. Please
Hi.
state your name and the city you're from.
My name is Samantha Brotman. I'm from Iowa City. And I'm speaking to you tonight as a Jewish Iowa Citian, as a mother, imploring you to vote in favor of this resolution. I've watched in horror and heartbreak over the past 2 years as Israel has committed genocide with my tax dollars and in my name as a Jewish person. The rest of the world is witnessing this genocide too. And history will not be kind to those of us who stay silent or worse, condone it. And what's more, for many who do not live among Jewish community, this carnage may be all they have to associate with Judaism. This association between Israel, which is a foreign country, we have to remember, and Jewish people always has been and continues to be deliberately and meticulously manufactured and reinforced. This association makes Jewish people, makes me, makes my family, makes my son less safe everywhere. I'm not alone in this thinking. Poll after poll is showing that Jewish attitudes towards Israel are changing along with the rest of this country. I know this from my own family and my own community, and the data bears it out. Counselors, this resolution is a direct, principled, material expression of our stated values as a city, and the courage to stick to those values is good governance. A yes vote will reinforce your integrity and your credibility with your constituents who are craving courageous leadership in this moment. I hear concerns about backlash from the state, but let's not preemptively acquiesce to fascism. If we want our city to be a moral leader in this time in a country slipping into fascism, we need to lead. Let's not let fear dictate our integrity. Omar al-Akkad said, "One day when it's safe, when there's no personal downside to calling a thing what it is, when it's too late to hold anyone accountable, everyone will always have been against this." Please vote yes. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Good evening. My name is Rima Afifi. I am a Palestinian American. I live in Iowa City. The genocide in Palestine must stop. The starvation campaign must stop. The erasure of a whole people must stop. This resolution in front of you is a powerful statement about how this government body in this city, in the power of a nonviolent intervention that calls to account the Israeli state as the perpetrator of the current violence in Gaza. This resolution is in line with the tenets of the Palestinian Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions, or BDS movement. One of the most important points of BDS is that it connects the Palestinian liberation struggle with ending complicity internationally. Israel is being shielded from accountability, and the occupation of Palestine cannot end without ending these links of complicity. Cities, states, corporations, institutions, and people of conscience must lead this change. Today, in Iowa City, we end our complicity. Why should you support this resolution? Because BDS movements work. They have worked across the world in achieving liberation. One clear indication that BDS works is the significant increase in anti-BDS laws across the United States. If something doesn't work, why do we have to ban it? Those that enact these laws understand that BDS as a nonviolent movement is incredibly powerful and capable of bringing down oppressive regimes. And anti-BDS legislation is a template to be used to repress other freedoms, as we have seen in this state and across the United States. BDS is also a grassroots people's movement that demands justice, and as such, it connects movements of liberation in Palestine and an act of solidarity with Palestinian civil society. It's also a promise to all of us here that you care about our own communities and our collective liberation. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
My name is Ash Fell. I live here in Iowa City. I'm here to speak on behalf of County Supervisor Mandy Remington. And I quote, As both a constituent and a fellow elected official, I want to express my strong support for this resolution. I ask that you lead here and pass it, knowing that if standing up for human rights in a real and meaningful way brings challenges, I, along with many others, will be proud to stand in solidarity and offer my support however I can. That's all.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Osama Saba. I'm from Coralville. And I'm a Palestinian Israeli American citizen, and I would like to speak in support of the boycott resolution. Before I start, however, I would like to thank you, the City Council members, for your courage and commend you for having the conviction to be one of the leaders and early adopters of the ceasefire resolution in January 24. It showed your commitment to the principles of peace, justice, and equal rights for all. Now, I urge you to vote your conscience and support the boycott of investments resolution. As you all know, Israel has been waging this atrocious war against the Palestinian people, especially in the Gaza Strip, for almost 2 years. And it has claimed more than 60,000 lives and injured more than 140,000 people. Therefore, it is not only the logical and reasonable thing to do, but more importantly, it's the principled and moral thing to do, to call for a boycott of investments that support the genocidal campaign that is waged by the State of Israel. Such a resolution should not be based on questions or statements like, why should we do this? Or what's in it for us? Or some of our voters are not in favor of this, or something else. Rather, it simply should be a matter of principle. A place like Iowa City, an open and inclusive community, a community that is a leader on many issues with a strategic plan that values racial equality, social justice, and human rights, cannot exclude Palestine from its agenda. We either hold these principles and believe in them, or we don't. We cannot pick and choose the issues that we support, especially if they belong to the same fundamental belief system that we all subscribe to. If doing the principled thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please
Hi,
state your name and city you're from.
Hi, I am Beatrice Ash Harper. I am from Iowa City, and I just want to say I am 10 years old. I am still doing this. I'm super scared right now. I don't care. This is the right thing to do. Isn't it?
Thank you.
Should I write my name?
Nope, this is sticker. My name is Renee Harper. I moved to Iowa City 25 years ago. And I think a lot of people who experience any kind of marginalization understand how all of our different struggles are connected. As a resident of the city who is queer in all the ways, and as a parent of a kid who I want to grow up with freedom and protection from harm, the adoption of this resolution would make me feel much safer in knowing that I have local leaders courageous enough to uphold our city's values of social justice and human rights, especially as our federal government ignores international law, enables and bankrolls genocide, and is rapidly escalating attacks on all marginalized people in the U.S., and we saw that in Cedar Rapids today. This resolution is a signal that we are a city that will not tolerate the act of people anywhere. Silence and compliance in the face of injustice and human rights violations will not keep vulnerable folks safe in Iowa City. The systems of oppression that are enabling and funding genocide in occupied Palestine are directly connected to the systems causing harm to us here. Your constituents want leadership who will act in alignment with the values that we claim to uphold in Iowa City. That means ending our complicity in genocide as much as we possibly can. And that means voting yes.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Casey Harwood. I'm a resident of Iowa City. Councilors, you've heard the word genocide a lot tonight, and for good reason. The world's leading genocide scholars, humanitarian organizations, and 16 signatory nations to the Genocide Convention have all substantiated that claim. In the face of mounting evidence, ignoring it is not healthy skepticism, it's simply bigotry. But I want to take the ridiculous step of setting aside that word genocide for a moment, look behind it, and focus on the idea of apartheid, because that is the foundation on which this genocide has been built. It's predated October 7th, and it will continue after the bombs stop falling unless we do something about it. For context, I want to read for you the Article 3 of the International Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, or CERD, which states, states parties particularly condemn racial segregation and apartheid and undertake to prevent, prohibit, and eradicate all practices of this nature. And now, an excerpt from the International Court of Justice's advisory opinion from last year. The court considers that Israel's legislation and measures constitute a breach of Article 3 of the CERD. So don't take it from me. Take it from the world's highest court. Whether it's the 10,000 plus Palestinians imprisoned without due process, the historic acceleration of illegal annexation and settlement expansion, or the restrictions on Palestinian speech, movement, land, and livelihoods, it's systemic. It is apartheid, it always has been, and we endorse it with every dollar that we invest in its ventures. So we're asking you, simply, boycott. I'm overjoyed that right now the city has no direct investments, but that's simply a happy accident and not a product of intentions. So it's time that we codify this as policy. You have the resolution before you. We've brought the willpower. We all see the evidence. Commit that our city will not profit from further genocide, human suffering, or apartheid. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Nathaniel Lesage. And the genocide in Gaza is the worst indignation of humanity I have witnessed in my lifetime. As the years have progressed and I've learned more about the history of Gaza and the Nakba and the modern methods of genocide that are being employed by the Israeli government, what I have seen and what I have heard haunts me to my core. It was only a few days ago that I saw a photograph of a woman who was holding her starving, emaciated child over her back because the child was wearing a diaper that was made out of plastic bags because there are no supplies getting into this region. And I will never, ever forget that. I will never, ever forget what I have seen of this. And I feel like as, an American citizen, I bear at least one atom of complicity in this because I bear at least one atom of complicity in this. So I feel like I have to say something. And so what I'm asking you is the bare minimum commitment to boycott and divestment, which I think you can do, and I hope you will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please state the city you're from for the record?
North Liberty.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Hi, Brian Grislak, Iowa City. I'm going to echo what a previous speaker said. I support the boycott resolution, and I'm here to tell you that not just some of us, but the genocide scholars have arrived at a consensus that this is not a war, that this is a genocide. So just a few names, Taner Acham, Miriam Hirsch, Michael Rothberg, Omer Bartov, Amos Goldberg, Daniel Blatzman, Raz Segal. These are just a few of the internationally renowned scholars of genocide and history who have declared Israel's actions in Gaza a genocide. They join other organizations like Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Israeli Physicians for Human Rights, B'Tselem, and 16 countries who supported the formal case brought against Israel in the World Court. Those who continue to deny these charges are quickly running out of credibility, if there was any to begin with, and for one simple reason, there isn't any credible denial left. This is not, it's clear that this is not a war. Like I said, this is the genocide of an indigenous population, and we pay for it. For every person killed by the IDF, there's an 8 out of 10 chance that U.S. supplied hardware was used. The share of military aid for Israel from Iowa City in the last year alone is more than $4 million if you do the calculations. This boycott resolution promises that we won't voluntarily support these crimes with our public funds. Again, I urge you to support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Brian Nillis, Iowa City. Education is the way that most of us improve both our own lives and the lives of our communities. That's why over 30,000 students are enrolled at the University of Iowa, why there are almost 3,000 faculty and over 10,000 employees throughout the university systems here in Iowa City. So what would we do without that university? How many of those 43,000 or so people would have made the decision to transplant their lives here without the university? I speak as one of those people who did that. And I think it's our responsibility as a city who is often pushing forward, using that education and leading the rest of the cities in Iowa to continue that trajectory. The destruction of the education system in Gaza has been particularly devastating, with 90% of the schools having been damaged or destroyed, all 12 universities destroyed or damaged to be enough to be inoperable, and 12,000 students dead, almost 500 educators murdered, and over 600,000 students unable to access their education. For those keeping track of numbers, coming from the small strip of land, if the same were happened to the state of Iowa, we do not have enough students currently enrolled in both our public and private education systems to even match the amount of people who've been shut out of their education. We currently have about 500,000. So I'm coming here to ask you to support the resolution, as it is been stated before that we are the direct funders of this. Over 70% of the munitions that Israel uses come from the U.S., including the Iowa Army munition plant that is here in Iowa, in our backyard. And for those of you who are worried about that state reprisal, I will echo what the people said earlier. You can fight back, you can stand up. We just saw that on a federal level where when you stand up, they back down. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
My name is Noelle Vanden Bosch, and I'm from Iowa City, Iowa. Councilwoman Alter, I'd like to speak to you directly. So I met you at the farmer's market maybe a couple months ago. You were out there asking people to sign their names so that your name could be on the ballot for this upcoming election to re-elect you as a councilperson. And I asked you about your thoughts on Palestine and what your stance was. And you said back when the ceasefire resolution was passed, you didn't support it, and you gave your reasons why. And then you followed up and said that you had changed your mind at this point, that what you saw was wrong and it was a genocide. And so I'm asking you today to vote yes, because we can't change the decisions that we've made in the past, but we can make new decisions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Hello, my name is John Glab. I'm from Iowa City. And I just want to express how important it is that when we have the power to do something about a genocide that is happening on the other side of the globe, that we take that power and use our actions to the best that we can. Some might have the idea of what does it matter to us in Iowa City, but it is of extreme importance to us in Iowa City. Not only do we have our community here in Iowa City, but we are part of a broader global community. And if we have the power to do something, even at the smallest level possible, even at a symbolic level, we should take that step, because with those symbols, with our own support, we can change the minds of people, and we can put that forward to bring about change. And even though it might seem like it does not affect us, it truly does. And if we have the power to help those who are being killed, those who are in need of anything, we should give it to them. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're on to our last speaker. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Rebecca Burgess, and I live in University Heights.
That comes down, yes.
Farther down. You heard it all. There's nothing more to add. You've seen the pictures. You know this is terrible, and it's up to you to do the right thing and do what you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone that have come and spoken. Thanks to everyone that wanted to speak and actually gave you the opportunity for others to speak on your behalf. Going to turn it over to council discussion at this time.
Don't want everybody to speak at once. So, okay, yeah.
Get on.
I just want to firstly, I want to thank all the community members for coming here and speaking tonight. And I want to thank all of those people who very quickly after I arrived on council reached out and expressed their deep commitment and desire to do something like this and to have us be one of the first United States cities to do this. And I want to explain why I think that's really important. It's because, like what some other some other speakers have said, this wouldn't be able to have taken place with our tax dollars, our money. We don't have a lot of control locally about what the state does with our money, what the federal government does with our money, but we do have a little bit of control. And that can come in the form of boycott, divestment, even purchases at times. This resolution would make us be part of an initial effort in the United States, something that's unprecedented. You see lots of unprecedented things happening right now. Countries that I never thought in my lifetime I would see coming out and seeing the writing on the wall and saying that this is not something that they can be seen supporting. Canada, France, the UK, even Germany. And what's so important about the United States, and I want to say that again, what differs this from other people say why this conflict, there's terrible things happening all over the world. I want to reiterate that this could not be happening without the United States. Like others have said, 70% of munitions used come from the United States. We give them billions and billions and billions of dollars to carry out this mass slaughter, this ethnic cleansing genocide. And since the moment I was a teenager and happened to come across Edward Said in the library, it's been something that's weighed on my mind for so long. And to get to a point right now, why did it have to take this to get here? Why did it have to take this level of cruelty to get here? But we are here in a way that I'm at least happy for that. Where the world is starting to get a good look at what's happening, they're starting to change their tune, they're starting to see the writing on the wall, they're starting to not be able to support this anymore, and the old excuses and the lies just aren't working like they used to. And that really scares these people that want this slaughter to continue, which is why when something like a boycott comes up, the financial aspect of this, they could not do what they're doing without the billions and billions of dollars. And I'm not under any delusion that Iowa City is going to be the factor that's going to stop the slaughter. But it started with, I believe, Riverside, California. And then it went to Richmond, California, and then went to Portland, Maine, and then it went to Belfast, Maine, and then it went to Dearborn, Michigan. and now it could come to Iowa City. We have such a chance. People approached the city council in the late 80s to do this when it came to apartheid South Africa, and we never did it as a city. I would love to be able to look back and say we were a leader. It would have such pride in Iowa City that we were a leader when it comes to doing the right thing in the face of adversity. I want to be able to, if I have kids, I want to be able to tell them that Iowa City's done something like this in the past. And it's going to have a hard time getting through this. Apologies, everybody. One of the whereases that I can't get out of my head is that the amount of children who've been killed it surpasses all of the children enrolled in the Greater Iowa City School District. And it's going to be really hard for me to continue, so I'll let some other people talk. But I just want to say, we're in a time in the world that's filled with cruelty and fear. Here and abroad. But we can act with hope and dignity right now. I'll open it up to other counselors. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver.
I just want to say thank you to Oliver for leading this. Thank you to all of you for coming here today. When we passed the ceasefire resolution, I just want to own my level of ignorance at the time with the reality of the atrocities that were happening in Gaza. And that was an opportunity for me to open my eyes and stop looking away. I think Beatrice, thank you for your bravery. Thank you, all of you, for your bravery. But I think you said it very well of, it's the right thing to do. When we are scared, when we think this might not be the most relevant thing we could do, and we think this might, we've heard all the possible excuses. But what I'm hearing tonight, what I'm feeling tonight, is that there is hope for the power of people coming together. When we think about the power that this resolution is pushing back against, it is some of the most violent, greatest, deepest power in the history of the world. And yet, this room is filled with people who, as far as I know, unanimously support doing what we can to say no. This is not who we are. These are not our values. And someone told me once that when you're leading at the front edge, you might get your head cut off, and you are paving the way, building the way, leading the way for everyone else who can look around and say, oh, well, if Iowa City did that, maybe that makes sense for us too. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for everyone speaking tonight, and for all the work of Mayor Teague and Mayor Pro Tem Salee, and all those meetings with community members and hearing so many different voices to come to this version of this resolution.
I just want to say thanks to those who worked on it, and thanks to those who reached out to me directly and said, let's talk about this. And walked me through their intentions and what they wanted. And thanks to those who came tonight and clearly spoke their minds, but it was kind and thoughtful. It was heart-wrenching to hear it, but it was also, I think, a display of civility in asking for something. So thanks again to those who were persistent but always open to changing minds.
I'll just piggyback on what you're saying. First of all, thank you for all of your voices. This kind of input and the perspective is incredibly important and moving not just on an emotional level, but as others on council have said, moving moving in the right direction. These are the kinds of voices that your voices and others in the community have reached out and talked to me in previous months. That, yeah, I mean, one of the things that we need to do as leaders is understand better, listen more, and evolve, right? So, you know, I just appreciate everyone's voices. And I do appreciate very much on council that the work has been done. This is going to sound so small or inappropriate in this, but I want to take this opportunity to encourage council to continue to follow, in our own way, a more transparent process that I will say allows all of us, not just us, but all of us, more time to react and to provide input and to help contribute. Just in a point of the way that we function, I know that open meeting laws make this incredibly difficult to do, but it's not insurmountable. So I do have to admit a little bit of frustration. I knew that this had been initial conversations. We had conversations either in May or June, not long after you had been on. And then we didn't, you know, you had things, we all have lives. But the first time that I knew that this was actually had been brought back up was through the thousands of spam emails that were coming through. And the first time that I saw the resolution, along with all of us, as the mayor said as well, was the actual language was last night. So I implore council, all of us, I know this is all from good intentions and hard work, but if we can move forward in a way to try to be more transparent and to be more collaborative, I would really, really appreciate that. And I know that I said that this sounds small, except that I think it actually does point to so much of what has been brought up about the importance of what government can be and what it should be. And so I feel that we want to continue to build trust within our community and our commitment to good communication with one another, as well as with the public and you with us, and thank you for coming here. These are really, really important parts of the equation when in so many other regards, our government isn't serving us. And I know that we are not perfect, Iowa City and beyond, but especially, you know, it's just a reality. We're humans too. Our process isn't perfect, but we should always strive to do the best that we can. And so I just want to encourage council that particularly when there's any situation, but if there's a way that we can make it more collaborative and more open so that perhaps there can be some more discussion so that we can all feel that we've been a part of this. I would greatly appreciate it, but I don't want any of that to actually overshadow the fact of thank you for your voices. And I think my point in bringing it up was to say, and that's one of the commitments also that we can bring to you. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think starting off with gratitude is the perfect way. And so, again, let me echo that. Thank you to everybody that spoke tonight. Thank you to the many people that are in this room that I've spoken with over the last week or so. Time sort of blurs together these days, it seems like. Thank you to people that aren't in the room that have given me their thoughts, their ideas, their perspectives on this issue. I'll even thank some people that didn't speak to directly but spoke to me. I'm just going to, if you haven't read Jose Alvarez's recent op-ed in the New York Times, I would very much recommend that, because I think that's something that's been living in my brain as he discussed the genocidal mass starvation that's going on right now. I think in this moment, absolutely agree. We, standing up and making a statement that these genocidal things are they're wrong, and we don't agree with that. 100% agree. One of the things that I have been struggling with, and I want to make sure that we're all making this decision with our eyes wide open. And I'm going to preface this with saying that I'm inclined to support this resolution. But I don't think we should do that and disregard some of the impacts could come from when we talk about ways that we could have impacts to state and federal funding. And absolutely right. There's a time, place, and way to stand up to it, and I think we're going to do that. But let's be clear. The threat was these impacts weren't to me. They're to the most vulnerable here in our community. So as you have come here tonight very rightly and called us to action, I'm going to go ahead and call everybody here and everybody in our community to be ready if we do have to fight back against that. Not for my benefit, but for the benefit of the people that rely on the program. We talk about funds, we're actually talking about people. We're talking about any number of things we do to help the most vulnerable in our community. And so I agree. I think it's time. Happy to stand up. I'm happy to vote for this. But I would like to call us out and keep us aware that we want to go into this with our eyes wide open, that we are taking some level of risk. Now, that said, the resolution that we did get to see last night, and I echo the concerns about, the community should see things in more than 24 hours, but I think has done a nice job. Let me also give compliments as well as a bit of criticism. Has done a nice job of mitigating risk and taking the approach that it's pretty well worded. And I think I feel more comfortable when I actually got a chance to read it last night. I felt much more comfortable with that than I had with some of the earlier stuff. Again, agree completely with condemning the genocide and the genocidal tactics of the Netanyahu regime. But so that's my sort of piggybacking off of what Councilor Alter said, but also, credit where due. I think we ended up with something that I could feel comfortable, that cuts that, and that threads the needle well enough. I think that the benefits or the statement outweighs the risks. But with that said, if we may have to call on you to help support us in the city, and not us on the council, but us as in the members of our community that need our help and always need our help and attention. So that's my thoughts on that.
I would also like to thank our staff, and particularly Kelly, for so last minute. You beat the buzzer on that one, so thank you so much for putting up with with something like this. I think, I do hear 100%, and I feel like this is definitely, like as you said, going forward a way to grow. And when we tackle things as important as this, we can find better ways to bring everybody to the table, especially counselors like this. And I think so much communication was happening. That's why it took to the bell, to make sure we had the best possible product. So, yeah, thank you to the staff as well.
Yeah. Thank you for everyone who showed up today. This is amazing. As a Muslim woman from Sudan, I grew up hearing about Palestine and seeing it in the news since I was a child. I have seen images and hearing stories on the news. At that time, there is no social media, but the TV all the time we watch what's happening in the news in Gaza. I was seeing of Palestinian family losing their homes, their loved ones, and their children. That pain has been a part of my awareness for as long as I can remember. And I now not alone. Many in our community carry the same pain and have waited for years for their voice to be heard. Tonight, at the city council, and somebody maybe have a power now, I wanted to say we can no longer look away. We cannot keep saying maybe later. Iowa City must show that we stand for human rights for all people everywhere. In my work outside of the council, I support families who came here searching for safety. People who had to leave everything behind, not because they want to, but because they had no choice. Their stories remind me how deeply interconnected our struggles are. I know that many of us are devastated by what happened in Gaza, and I'm grateful to those of you who continue to raise awareness, not only about Palestine, there is many others also, but the most important right now really is what's going on there. That nobody can imagine, like every single hours, children are dying. You almost must be crying, Council. Why not? When you just compare how many children has been killed if I compare them to the Iowa City Public School. The resolution before us may not be everything we dream of, but it is a step toward justice, toward dignity, toward recognition that Palestinian people deserve a future with peace, with safety, and with hope. I want to join everyone else to thank you, everybody who bring this before us and help make it move forward. And I encourage and I ask my fellow council member, please join me in voting yes tonight anonymously. Let us show the world that Iowa City chose to stand on the right side of history. Thank you.
So tonight is a resolution that is rooted really in our community values of what we really stand for, which is peace, justice, dignity for every human. And what I see in this room is love. That's what we stand for. This resolution does call for the city of Iowa City to boycott public investments and entities complicit in the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza, including that assistance in the oppression of the Palestinian people. I have no issues calling it what it is. It's genocide. And that does not make me anti-Semitic at all. I want to start with some gratitudes as well to all the folks that are everyone in this room. Really appreciate you all for showing up, for all the voices that reached out through email, through calls, through one-on-one conversations. Of course, we had, let's not, be unrealistic. There are other points of view as to what we're doing today. Absolutely. And I will say to those individuals that in this moment, we must call it what it is, what we're seeing. Lives are being killed, children. In the resolution, it says since October 7, 2023, over 60,000 Palestinians, including more than 17,000 children, have been killed, and more than 146,000 have been wounded. 2 million people are facing imminent famine and complete devastation. Now, I don't know about you, but this is serious. This is continuing to happen. And so to all the ones that have shared your perspectives, your grief, and your hope, in hope of us doing this resolution tonight, I really appreciate all of that, all of you. I especially want to appreciate those that were participating in drafting this. It's an interesting experience, once again, that we had where it was varying opinions in this room. I always tell you that no one really got everything that they wanted to see in this resolution. And that's because people came together to have a conversation. And they expressed themselves and their points of view, and I believe that everyone did a great job at listening and settling on some language that they can be comfortable with without compromising their firm beliefs. And so to all of them, I wish to say thank you to them as well that was in the room. And I'm going to give a shout out. I know he's in Washington, D.C., but thank you because you were really helping lead this along. That's Uchechi. Thank you. And there's some, I'll get in trouble if I start doing names. But thank you to everyone that really participated in that, in those discussions. Our city has already taken a stand on the ceasefire. And, words alone aren't enough. We know that. This resolution actually brought up a lot of conversation for me that I clearly expressed to everyone, and the role of being a decision maker. There's a lot of lenses that we have to look through, considerations that we have to take into consideration. And boy, did I share all of that with y'all. But I wanted to really let you all have a moment of the things that I must consider for the well-being of our entire community. I want to say thanks for allowing me to express those. Yes, some were fears that can be realities. Some may not come into reality, which I totally hope. But again, I really appreciate those opportunities. It also brought up, the word boycott brought up personal things for me. And I'm going to say it one more time. I am African American. I'm Black. And I heard a commenter that came up and spoke and said, these oppressions, even though I'm not Palestinian and, though we have similarities. I'm openly gay. We have some similarities. And what really brought this to a real reality for me when we think about the apartheid in South Africa, I am 49 years old, and y'all better say I'm 23 if anybody asks. But my dad was born in 1931, Bruce Teague II, Jr., Bruce Teague, Jr. My grandfather, Bruce Teague I, was born in 1888, not in the 1900s, 1888. And my great-grandfather was born in 1850. He was 13 years old when the Emancipation Proclamation happened. I am a descendant of real slaves that are not that far back. So when I think about the word boycott, I think about the experiences that we've had as a people, that this country got behind from everywhere. It took a long time, don't get me wrong, and we suffered a lot. And so as I began to sit with people and hear the stories, so thank you for all the stories, they made a difference. And it's unfortunate that it had to be the sad stories that really made the difference. So to the community tonight, we ask, and I ask you to continue to raise your voice, continue to send the emails, continue to make the calls, show up. Let our elected officials know that you support this resolution. This is a big deal, but it really is a thing about human rights. It's basic. I stand for human rights in ways that just can't be compromised. And so tonight I will be supporting this. And I really appreciate, again, all of the work that went into this by everybody. And to those that aren't in this room tonight, to those that still want to make some comments, I welcome you to reach out. This city is a phenomenal, awesome, and amazing city, and there is no other city that I would rather be in during these times than Iowa City. So with that, unless there are any more comments,
Let's vote.
we're going to vote. Roll call, please.
Burgess.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Moe.
Yes.
Sala.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes.
Wyline.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. I'm going to ask you to refrain from clapping. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for coming.
All right, what's next? Still got,
Thank you. And thank you, Newman. Thank you so much. Yes.
Vacancies.
vacancies.
Another hot topic.
Yeah.
Thank you. We are on to item number 12, which is announcements.
Mayor, before you do, maybe would you accept a motion to accept correspondence for 11J?
Yes, could I get a motion to accept correspondence
We'll move.
for 11J? So moved by
Saleh.
Sala. and
Second,
Second by
Burgess.
Burgess. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item number 12 is announcements of vacancies new. 12A.
It's hard to hear.
Yep.
Can we get them to shut the door?
Yes, there, yeah. 12A, Civil Service Commission, one vacancy to fill a new member position upon appointment through April 4th, 2027. Civil Service Commission, one vacancy to fill a new member position upon appointment through April 1, 2029. Correspondence is included in the council packet. Library Board of Trustees, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment through June 30th, 2027. Correspondence included in the council packet as well.
Mayor, there was, I think you popped over it, HCDC, one
HDC
vacancy.
in the middle. No, here.
Thank you. Housing and Community Development Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment through June 30th, 2027. Correspondence included in the council packet. I think I have read all four. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, September 9th, 2025. Could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved, Wyline.
Second, Burgess.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item number 13, announcements of vacancies previous. 13A, Community Police Review Board, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. And then applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, July 21st. That can't be right.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
because
was,
it-
and then we deferred it, so it'll be on the 19th, and I'm assuming we would just defer indefinitely. Eric, I'm looking at you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So Tuesday, July 1, 2025 appointment has been deferred to the August 19, 2025 City Council meeting. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, one vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Airport Zoning Commission, one vacancy to fill a 6-year term. Board of Appeals HVAC Professional, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Historic Preservation Commission Brown Street, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission Jefferson Street, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission Woodlawn Avenue, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. Item number 14, City Council information. Anything anyone want to update on right now? All right. We'll go on to item number 15, reports on items from our city staff, city manager's office, city attorney's office.
Nothing, thank you.
City clerk's office. Item number 16, could I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Alter, seconded by Burgess. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
We
Thank you
are
so much.
adjourned.